The Annotated Mona Lisa, a crash course in art history from prehistoric to the present, written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1: Prehistoric and Ancient Art. The origins of art trace back to the prehistoric era, where early humans used visual expression to communicate, record experiences, and engage in spiritual practices. The earliest known artworks are cave paintings, petroglyphs, and small sculptures, such as the Venus of Willendorf, which date back to the Paleolithic period. These early forms of art, often depicting animals, hunting scenes, and human figures, suggest a deep connection to survival, fertility, and religious beliefs. Found in places like Lascaux, France, and Altamira, Spain, cave paintings were created with natural pigments applied with primitive brushes, or even blown onto surfaces using hollow bones. The exact purpose of these paintings remains debated, but many theories suggest they served ritualistic or instructional functions. As human societies evolved, the Neolithic Revolution marked a significant shift in artistic production. With the advent of agriculture and permanent settlements, art became more intricate, reflecting the development of organized communities. Megalithic structures, such as Stonehenge, appeared during this period, demonstrating an understanding of architecture, astronomy, and social organization. Pottery and ceramic art flourished, showcasing early craftsmanship and aesthetic sensibilities. Ancient Mesopotamian art emerged with the rise of civilizations such as Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria. The Sumerians developed cuneiform writing, one of the earliest forms of recorded communication, which was often inscribed on clay tablets alongside artistic depictions. Mesopotamian art featured intricate relief sculptures, ziggurats, and votive statues, often centered around religious and political themes. The Stela of Hammurabi exemplifies the fusion of art and law, depicting the Babylonian king receiving the legal code from the god Shamash. Egyptian art, deeply intertwined with religious beliefs and the afterlife, followed strict conventions that remained consistent for thousands of years. Monumental structures, such as the pyramids of Giza and the Great Sphinx, symbolize the power of the pharaohs and their divine connection. Egyptian artists adhered to a hierarchical style where figures were depicted according to their social status, with pharaohs and gods appearing larger than common people. Hieroglyphic inscriptions accompanied many artworks, emphasizing their narrative and ceremonial significance. In the classical world, Greek and Roman art marked a departure from rigid formalism toward naturalism and idealized human forms. Greek sculptors such as Phidias and Polykleitos pursued harmony, proportion, and movement, as seen in works like the Discobolus, discus thrower. The Romans, influenced by Greek traditions, excelled in portraiture, architecture, and engineering, creating enduring structures like the Colosseum and aqueducts. Through their advancements, ancient artists laid the foundation for future artistic developments, shaping visual culture for centuries to come. The birth of art, cave paintings, and petroglyphs. The origins of art can be traced back to the earliest human civilizations, where prehistoric people created visual expressions that served as communication, storytelling, and ritualistic tools. Among the oldest known artworks are cave paintings and petroglyphs, which offer a glimpse into the lives, beliefs, and cultural practices of early humans. These early artistic endeavors were not created for mere decoration, but likely held profound spiritual, symbolic, or functional significance. Cave paintings, found in sites such as Lascaux in France and Altamira in Spain, are among the most famous prehistoric artworks. Dating back as far as 40,000 years, these paintings primarily depict animals such as bison, deer, and horses. The artists used natural pigments made from minerals like ochre, charcoal, and hematite, applying them with fingers, brushes made from animal hair, or by blowing pigment onto the cave walls through hollow bones. The precision and dynamism of these images suggest an advanced understanding of movement and form, even in this early stage of artistic development. Many scholars believe these paintings were created for ceremonial or shamanistic purposes, possibly as a means of invoking hunting success, recording important events, or connecting with the spiritual realm. The fact that these images are often found in the depths of caves, away from daily living spaces, further supports theories that they played a ritualistic role. In addition to cave paintings, early humans also created petroglyphs, which are carvings or engravings etched into rock surfaces. Unlike paintings, petroglyphs involved removing the outer layer of stone to reveal a contrasting color beneath, creating durable, long-lasting images. Found in locations across the world, including North and South America, Africa, and Australia, petroglyphs often depict animals, human figures, and abstract symbols. Some scholars interpret these carvings as an early form of proto-writing, serving as records of historical events, celestial observations, or territorial markers. Others suggest they were part of religious ceremonies, representing deities, myths, or spiritual experiences. The creation of cave paintings and petroglyphs marked a turning point in human cognition and cultural expression. These works represent humanity's earliest attempts to understand and depict the world, communicate complex ideas, and leave a lasting record of existence. As early humans developed more sophisticated artistic techniques, these foundational works laid the groundwork for the evolution of art, eventually leading to the grand traditions of ancient civilizations. Though their exact purpose remains a subject of debate, the enduring beauty and mystery of these prehistoric artworks continue to captivate scholars and art enthusiasts alike. Neolithic Revolution and Early Settlements. The Neolithic Revolution, which began around 10,000 BCE, marked a fundamental shift in human history as societies transitioned from nomadic, hunter-gatherer lifestyles to settled agricultural communities. This transformation led to the establishment of permanent settlements, the domestication of plants and animals, and the development of new technologies that would shape the course of civilization. With agriculture providing a more stable and predictable food supply, people could settle in one place, leading to population growth, social organization, and the birth of complex societies. One of the most significant Neolithic settlements was Çatalhöyük in present-day Turkey, which flourished around 7500 BCE. This early city-like community featured densely packed mud brick houses with rooftop entryways, suggesting a high degree of social cooperation and planning. The walls of many homes were adorned with murals depicting hunting scenes, geometric patterns, and even symbolic representations of religious beliefs. Such artistic expression indicates the increasing importance of culture, identity, and shared narratives in early human societies. Unlike the hierarchical structures that would later dominate civilizations, Çatalhöyük's lack of monumental architecture or elite tombs suggests a more egalitarian society. The Neolithic period also saw the construction of large-scale architectural projects, reflecting a shift in communal organization and religious or ceremonial practices. One of the most famous examples is Stonehenge in England, a massive arrangement of standing stones that likely served as an astronomical observatory or a religious site. The effort required to transport and erect the stones indicates the presence of organized labor, leadership, and shared spiritual beliefs among Neolithic communities. Other megalithic structures, such as Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, suggest that religious or ritualistic gatherings may have played a key role in encouraging early humans to settle in one place. The development of pottery was another major advancement of the Neolithic era, allowing for the storage and transportation of food and water. Early pottery designs varied by region, often featuring intricate patterns and decorations that reflected cultural identity. As settlements grew, new tools and innovations emerged, including polished stone tools, weaving, and rudimentary metallurgy, all of which contributed to the advancement of human society. The Neolithic Revolution set the stage for the rise of civilizations, by fostering social organization, technological innovation, and artistic expression. With permanent settlements came trade networks, specialized labor, and the eventual emergence of written language. This period laid the foundation for the complex societies of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and beyond, shaping the future of human development and artistic traditions for millennia. Mesopotamian art, ziggurats, and cylinder seals. Mesopotamian art, shaped by the earliest known civilizations of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria, reflects the region's deep religious, political, and social structures. Among the most striking artistic and architectural achievements of Mesopotamian culture were ziggurats, massive temple complexes dedicated to the gods, and cylinder seals, small yet intricately carved objects used for identification and record-keeping. These artistic forms not only demonstrated the technical skill and creativity of Mesopotamian artisans, but also served essential functions in daily life and governance. Ziggurats were monumental structures built as sacred temples to honor the gods, reflecting the deeply religious nature of Mesopotamian society. Constructed from sun-dried and baked bricks, these stepped pyramidal structures often featured multiple tiers, with a temple at the summit reserved for priests and divine rituals. Unlike Egyptian pyramids, which served as tombs, ziggurats were centers of religious and political power, believed to bridge the gap between heaven and earth. The most famous example is the ziggurat of Ur, dedicated to the moon god Nana. Its massive, terraced design symbolized a sacred mountain, reinforcing the belief that gods resided in elevated places. These structures dominated the skylines of Mesopotamian cities, acting as visual reminders of divine authority and the ruler's connection to the gods. The construction and maintenance of ziggurats required vast labor forces and advanced engineering skills, showcasing the organizational capabilities of early civilizations. Alongside monumental architecture, Mesopotamians developed smaller, yet equally significant works of art, such as cylinder seals. These small, cylindrical objects, often made of stone, were intricately engraved with images and inscriptions and used to imprint designs onto wet clay. Serving as both personal signatures and administrative tools, cylinder seals functioned much like modern-day identification cards or official stamps, authenticating documents, securing storage jars, and marking property. The designs on cylinder seals varied, often depicting mythological scenes, religious rituals, and royal achievements. Some seals featured intricate battle scenes, while others displayed gods interacting with humans, reinforcing the divine legitimacy of rulers and officials. The artistic sophistication of cylinder seals highlights the Mesopotamians' ability to create detailed and expressive imagery on a miniature scale. The craftsmanship required to carve such fine details into hard stone demonstrates the advanced techniques of Mesopotamian artisans. Because these seals were used in trade, governance, and daily life, they provide invaluable insight into the social and economic structures of ancient Mesopotamia. Together, ziggurats and cylinder seals represent two key aspects of Mesopotamian art: grand religious architecture and functional yet intricate artistic expression. These works not only reflect the spiritual and administrative needs of Mesopotamian society, but also demonstrate the innovation and artistic skill that defined one of the world's earliest civilizations. Egyptian art, pyramids, tomb paintings, and hieroglyphs. Egyptian art, deeply intertwined with religious beliefs and the afterlife, is among the most iconic and enduring in history. From the grandeur of the pyramids to the intricate detail of tomb paintings and the complexity of hieroglyphic writing, Egyptian artistic achievements reflect a civilization dedicated to preserving order, honoring the gods, and ensuring a successful journey into the afterlife. These artistic forms were not merely decorative, but served profound spiritual and functional purposes, reinforcing the Egyptian worldview and their belief in eternity. The pyramids, Egypt's most recognizable architectural achievements, were monumental tombs built to house the bodies of pharaohs and ensure their transition to the afterlife. Constructed primarily during the Old Kingdom, c. 2686 to 21181 BCE, the most famous examples, including the Great Pyramid of Giza, were built as part of vast funerary complexes. These structures demonstrated the Egyptians' advanced engineering skills, with precise alignment to celestial bodies and the use of massive limestone and granite blocks transported over long distances. The sheer scale and longevity of the pyramids symbolized the divine power of the pharaoh, who was believed to be a god on earth. These tombs were designed to protect the deceased ruler's body and belongings, ensuring their safe passage into the next world. Within these tombs, walls were adorned with elaborate paintings that illustrated scenes from daily life, religious rituals, and mythical journeys. These tomb paintings were not intended for public display, but were created to serve the deceased in the afterlife. Figures were often depicted in a distinctive style, with heads and legs shown in profile, while torsos faced forward, adhering to strict artistic conventions that emphasized clarity and order. Colors were chosen symbolically, with green and blue representing fertility and rebirth, and gold associated with divinity. Many scenes depicted offerings to the gods, depictions of the deceased with their families, and hieroglyphic texts detailing prayers and spells. These paintings provided guidance for the deceased's soul and reinforced the idealized vision of life after death. Hieroglyphs, the written script of ancient Egypt, were an essential component of Egyptian art and communication. This complex system of pictorial symbols was used for religious inscriptions, monumental texts, and administrative records. Found on temple walls, tombs, and papyrus scrolls, hieroglyphic writing served as a means of preserving knowledge, honoring the gods, and maintaining order in society. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells inscribed in tombs, guided souls through the afterlife, demonstrating the Egyptians' belief in the power of language and art to influence destiny. Together, pyramids, tomb paintings, and hieroglyphs illustrate the Egyptians' profound concern with life, death, and eternity. Their artistic and architectural achievements not only reflect their religious devotion, but also stand as a testament to their ingenuity, craftsmanship, and enduring cultural legacy. The art of ancient Greece and Rome. The art of ancient Greece and Rome represents one of the most influential periods in the history of Western art, shaping aesthetics, architecture, and artistic ideals for centuries to come. While Greek art emphasized harmony, idealized beauty, and human form, Roman art built upon these foundations, adding realism, grandeur, and practicality. The artistic achievements of both civilizations reflected their values, political structures, and cultural advancements, leaving behind a legacy that continues to inspire modern art and architecture. Greek art evolved through several distinct periods, beginning with the Archaic era, which saw the development of stiff, stylized statues known as kouros and kore. These early sculptures were heavily influenced by Egyptian art, but gradually became more lifelike. The Classical period, often considered the pinnacle of Greek artistic achievement, introduced a heightened sense of naturalism and balance. Sculptors such as Phidias and Polykleitos mastered the representation of the human body, as seen in the Discobolus, discus thrower, and the statues of the Parthenon. Greek architecture also flourished during this time, with the Parthenon in Athens standing as a symbol of mathematical precision and aesthetic perfection. The use of columns, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, became defining features of Greek temples and later influenced Roman architecture. Hellenistic art, following the conquests of Alexander the Great, embraced drama, movement, and emotion. Unlike the restrained idealism of the Classical period, Hellenistic sculptures, such as the Laocoon and his sons and the Winged Victory of Samothrace, depicted intense expressions, dynamic compositions, and intricate details. This shift reflected the changing political landscape, where Greek culture merged with influences from Egypt, Persia, and the Near East. Roman art, deeply inspired by Greek traditions, took on a more practical and propagandistic role. Roman sculptors excelled in portraiture, capturing individual characteristics with remarkable realism, as seen in busts of emperors and statesmen. Unlike the idealized figures of Greek art, Roman portraiture emphasized age, wisdom, and experience, often portraying wrinkles and imperfections to highlight authority and virtue. Roman architecture, advanced through engineering innovations such as concrete, allowed for the construction of grand structures like the Colosseum, the Pantheon, and aqueducts that showcase both beauty and utility. The use of arches, vaults, and domes enabled the creation of vast public buildings, roads, and bridges that strengthened the empire. The art of ancient Greece and Rome not only defined the aesthetic standards of their time, but also laid the foundation for Renaissance and neoclassical movements centuries later. Their influence is still evident in modern architecture, sculpture, and artistic ideals, serving as a timeless testament to the power of artistic expression in shaping civilization. Chapter 2: Early Christian and Byzantine Art. With the rise of Christianity in the late Roman Empire, art underwent a profound transformation, shifting from classical themes to spiritual and religious expression. Early Christian and Byzantine art developed as a means of conveying religious narratives, reinforcing theological beliefs, and creating sacred spaces for worship. Unlike the naturalistic and human-centered art of Greece and Rome, Christian art emphasized symbolism, divine authority, and the afterlife, laying the foundation for medieval artistic traditions. Early Christian art emerged in the catacombs of Rome, where secret underground burial sites contained frescoes and reliefs depicting biblical scenes. Since Christianity was initially persecuted, early Christian artists used symbolic imagery to communicate their faith discreetly. The Good Shepherd, often portrayed as a youthful figure carrying a lamb, was a common motif representing Christ's role as a protector. Other symbols, such as the fish, ichthys, the anchor, and the Chi-Rho monogram, reinforced Christian identity without drawing unwanted attention. As Christianity gained acceptance under Emperor Constantine, churches replaced hidden worship spaces, leading to a new era of religious art. The legalization of Christianity with the Edict of Milan in 313 CE allowed for the construction of grand basilicas, marking a shift from secret worship to public expression. Inspired by Roman architectural forms, early churches featured spacious interiors designed to accommodate large congregations. The Basilica of Old St. Peter's in Rome, commissioned by Constantine, exemplified this transition, incorporating long nave aisles, clerestory windows, and an apse for the altar. Mosaics began to replace frescoes as a preferred medium, covering walls and ceilings with shimmering depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints. These intricate compositions, made from tiny colored glass or stone pieces, created an ethereal effect that emphasized divine presence. Byzantine art, which developed from early Christian traditions, reached its height in the Eastern Roman Empire, particularly under Emperor Justinian. Characterized by its stylized figures, rich colors, and gold backgrounds, Byzantine art sought to transcend earthly reality and evoke the spiritual world. Icons, or sacred images of Christ and the saints, played a central role in devotional practices, often believed to possess miraculous powers. The Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, a masterpiece of Byzantine architecture, combined massive domes, intricate mosaics, and luminous interiors to create a heavenly atmosphere. The legacy of early Christian and Byzantine art shaped religious visual culture for centuries, influencing medieval, Renaissance, and even modern religious art. By prioritizing spiritual meaning over naturalism, these artistic traditions established a visual language that communicated faith, reverence, and divine majesty to generations of believers. The transition from pagan to Christian art. The transition from pagan to Christian art was a gradual and complex process influenced by the political, religious, and cultural shifts of the late Roman Empire. As Christianity emerged and eventually became the dominant faith, artistic traditions that once celebrated Greco-Roman mythology and imperial power were repurposed to serve Christian narratives. This transformation was not an abrupt rejection of classical art, but rather an adaptation of existing styles, symbols, and techniques to convey the new religious ideology. In the early centuries of Christianity, adherents often practiced their faith in secrecy, due to persecution under Roman rule. As a result, early Christian art developed in hidden spaces, such as catacombs, where frescoes and reliefs subtly blended classical motifs with Christian themes. Rather than directly depicting Christ, early Christians employed symbolic imagery borrowed from pagan traditions. The Good Shepherd, an image derived from Roman pastoral scenes, became a representation of Christ's guidance and care. Similarly, the orant figure, a standing person with outstretched arms in prayer, was adapted from traditional Greco-Roman depictions of piety and worship. These artistic choices allowed Christians to express their faith while remaining inconspicuous in a predominantly pagan society. The turning point in Christian art came with Emperor Constantine's conversion and the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, which granted religious tolerance to Christians. With newfound freedom, Christian artists no longer needed to hide their faith, leading to the construction of basilicas and the widespread use of overtly Christian imagery. Classical artistic techniques, such as perspective and naturalistic human forms, began to give way to more symbolic and stylized representations. The focus shifted from realistic portrayals of the human body to conveying spiritual truths, often through frontal, elongated figures with solemn expressions and large, staring eyes meant to reflect divine presence. One of the most significant changes was the transformation of Roman imperial imagery into Christian iconography. The depiction of emperors in statues and reliefs, once meant to assert political authority, was adapted to represent Christ as a heavenly ruler. The motif of Christ as the Pantocrator, or all-powerful ruler, mirrored depictions of Roman gods like Jupiter, reinforcing his divine authority. Similarly, the triumphal arch, a symbol of military victory in pagan Rome, was repurposed in church architecture to symbolize Christ's victory over sin and death. By the time of the Byzantine Empire, Christian art had fully distinguished itself from its pagan roots while still retaining elements of classical form. Gold backgrounds, flattened perspectives, and a focus on the afterlife replaced the earthly grandeur of Greco-Roman art. This transformation reflected a shift in worldview, where art was no longer about human achievement, but about spiritual transcendence, setting the stage for medieval religious art. Catacomb frescoes in early churches. During the early centuries of Christianity, before it gained official recognition, believers gathered in secret to worship and bury their dead. This led to the creation of catacombs, underground burial sites that also served as places of religious expression. Within these labyrinthine tunnels, early Christians decorated the walls and ceilings with frescoes that conveyed their faith while incorporating elements of Roman artistic traditions. These frescoes, painted with natural pigments on damp plaster, are among the earliest visual representations of Christian beliefs, offering insight into how art evolved as a tool for religious communication. The catacomb frescoes were highly symbolic, often borrowing imagery from Greco-Roman culture while infusing it with new Christian meaning. Because Christianity was illegal and persecuted in its early stages, its followers used coded images to express their faith without drawing unwanted attention. The Good Shepherd, depicted as a youthful figure carrying a lamb, was a direct adaptation of Roman pastoral scenes, but came to symbolize Christ's care and guidance. Similarly, Jonah and the whale, a story from the Hebrew Bible, was a common motif representing resurrection and salvation, themes central to Christian belief. The fish, ichthys, an acronym for Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior, appeared frequently as a discrete symbol of faith. These frescoes not only adorned burial chambers, but also reinforced the hope of eternal life, a core tenet of Christian doctrine. As Christianity gained legal status with the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, worship moved from hidden spaces to more public and elaborate settings. This shift led to the construction of early churches, many of which were modeled after Roman basilicas. Unlike pagan temples, which housed statues of gods in small inner sanctuaries, Christian basilicas were designed to accommodate large congregations. The typical basilica layout included a long central nave, side aisles, an elevated clerestory for natural light, and an apse where the altar was placed. This architectural form emphasized communal worship and processions, marking a clear departure from the secluded worship practices of the catacombs. Mosaics became a prominent feature in these early churches, replacing frescoes as the dominant medium for religious imagery. These intricate artworks, composed of colored glass and stone, adorned walls and ceilings with depictions of Christ, saints, and biblical narratives. The transformation from simple catacomb frescoes to grand church mosaics reflected Christianity's growing influence and public presence. While early Christian art remained rooted in Roman visual traditions, it evolved to emphasize spirituality and divine symbolism over naturalistic representation, laying the foundation for Byzantine and medieval artistic styles. Through both catacomb frescoes and early churches, Christian art transitioned from hidden devotion to monumental expressions of faith, shaping the visual language of religious art for centuries to come. Byzantine icons and mosaics. Byzantine art, which developed in the Eastern Roman Empire following the division of the Roman Empire, is best known for its religious icons and mosaics, which played an essential role in the visual expression of Christian faith. These artworks served as both objects of devotion and as tools for teaching, reinforcing the beliefs and rituals of the Byzantine Church. Rooted in the traditions of early Christian art, Byzantine art evolved into a distinct style that emphasized spiritual transcendence, symbolism, and divine presence, prioritizing the eternal over the earthly. Icons, religious images often depicting Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints, became central to Byzantine worship and daily life. Unlike the naturalistic portraiture of the classical world, Byzantine icons were intentionally stylized, with figures presented in a flat, frontal manner that conveyed a sense of spiritual presence rather than physical realism. The lack of perspective and the use of gold backgrounds reinforced the belief that the figures were not bound by earthly limitations, but existed in a timeless, heavenly realm. These icons were not simply artistic expressions, but were revered as sacred objects believed to have the power to mediate divine grace. They were displayed in homes, churches, and monasteries, serving as focal points for prayer and contemplation. The formalized use of icons became so significant that it led to the iconoclastic controversy in the 8th and 9th centuries, during which the veneration of icons was fiercely debated and at times forbidden. Despite these controversies, icons remained a core part of Byzantine religious practice and were integral to the spiritual lives of the Byzantine people. Mosaics, another hallmark of Byzantine art, were used extensively to decorate churches, palaces, and public spaces. Composed of small, colored tiles of glass, stone, or gold, mosaics created intricate and luminous images that dazzled viewers with their brilliance. The use of gold tiles in particular served to create a sense of divine light and eternal glory, making the figures depicted in mosaics appear as if they were bathed in heavenly radiance. Mosaics covered the walls, domes, and apses of Byzantine churches, often depicting scenes from the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints. One of the most famous examples of Byzantine mosaics is found in the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, where the domed ceiling is adorned with images of Christ and various religious figures. Byzantine mosaics and icons were not just art, but a powerful means of religious communication, helping to convey complex theological concepts to a largely illiterate population. Their distinct style, with its emphasis on spirituality, symbolism, and divine light, created an art form that transcended earthly reality, bringing the viewer closer to the divine. These artworks deeply influenced later Christian art, especially in the Orthodox Christian tradition, and continue to be revered for their beauty and spiritual depth. The Hagia Sophia, Architecture and Innovation. The Hagia Sophia, located in Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, is one of the most iconic architectural marvels of the Byzantine Empire and a masterpiece of religious and architectural innovation. Commissioned by Emperor Justinian I and completed in 537 CE, the Hagia Sophia stands as a testament to the grandeur of Byzantine architecture and the empire's commitment to creating a space that reflects the glory of God. What sets the Hagia Sophia apart is not only its monumental scale, but also the groundbreaking architectural techniques that it employed, combining elements of Roman engineering with Byzantine religious symbolism to create a structure that was both awe-inspiring and functional. The most significant innovation in the design of the Hagia Sophia is its vast, soaring dome, which seems to float above the building with an almost ethereal lightness. The dome's size and its apparent suspension were a remarkable engineering feat at the time, made possible by the use of pendentives, triangular sections of a sphere that allowed the circular base of the dome to rest on the square walls of the building. This innovation enabled the construction of a dome that was larger and more ambitious than anything seen before. The central dome spans over 100 feet in diameter and was designed to give the illusion that it was floating above the congregation, symbolizing the presence of the divine. The Hagia Sophia's architecture thus represented a blend of earthly and heavenly realms, with the dome symbolizing the heavens and the surrounding columns and walls grounding the sacred space in the physical world. The interior of the Hagia Sophia is equally remarkable, with its extensive use of mosaics, marble columns, and other luxurious materials to create a visually stunning environment. The use of gold and reflective surfaces in the mosaics and the abundant natural light streaming in through the windows further enhances the ethereal quality of the space. The building was designed to accommodate large crowds, and its spacious, open layout contributed to a sense of community and shared worship. The central nave, flanked by side aisles, leads to the apse where the altar is situated, reinforcing the hierarchical structure of the church. Beyond its architectural and engineering achievements, the Hagia Sophia also had profound religious and political significance. As the largest church in the world for nearly 1,000 years, it was the center of Orthodox Christianity and a symbol of Byzantine imperial power. After the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople in 1453, the Hagia Sophia was converted into a mosque and later into a museum, further cementing its importance as a cultural and religious landmark. The Hagia Sophia remains a monumental symbol of Byzantine innovation in both architecture and religious expression. Its combination of technical achievement and symbolic depth has ensured its place as one of the most influential structures in the history of world architecture. Illuminated manuscripts and religious symbolism. Illuminated manuscripts, intricate and beautifully decorated books, emerged as a major form of artistic expression in the medieval period, particularly during the early Middle Ages and the Romanesque and Gothic eras. These manuscripts were hand-copied texts, often religious in nature, that were embellished with elaborate illustrations, gold leaf, and colorful designs. The process of illumination involved painstaking work by scribes and artists, creating sacred texts that were not only functional, but also highly symbolic and visually stunning. The religious nature of the texts, often the Bible or liturgical writings, deeply influenced the imagery and symbolism found within these manuscripts. The primary purpose of illuminated manuscripts was to preserve and communicate Christian teachings, with illustrations frequently serving as visual representations of Scripture, saints, and theological concepts. Artists used symbolism extensively in these works to express complex religious ideas, relying on color, form, and iconography to communicate messages to an often illiterate audience. For example, the use of gold leaf in illuminations symbolized divine light and holiness, while blue and red were often used to signify heaven and earth, respectively. The use of vivid colors and intricate designs was not simply ornamental but served to elevate the sacred texts, emphasizing the divine inspiration behind the writings. One of the most notable examples of illuminated manuscripts is the Book of Kells, an illuminated gospel manuscript produced by Celtic monks around the 9th century. The manuscript contains intricate depictions of biblical stories, as well as abstract patterns and designs that weave together Christian iconography with local artistic traditions. The page borders are filled with intertwining animals, knots, and geometric shapes, all representing the unity of creation and the eternal nature of God. The vivid colors and intricate details reflect both the spiritual significance of the scriptures and the skill of the medieval artists who crafted them. The symbolism in illuminated manuscripts was also reflected in the portrayal of saints and biblical scenes. Each figure was often painted in a stylized manner that emphasized their divine status, with halos, exaggerated proportions, and frontal poses signifying their sanctity. Scenes from the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and various saints were commonly included, with religious narratives providing guidance and teaching for the faithful. These manuscripts were meant not only to convey the Word of God, but to immerse the viewer in the sacred stories, allowing them to connect with the divine through visual storytelling. Illuminated manuscripts were highly valued and often commissioned by wealthy patrons, including royalty, bishops, and abbeys. They were precious artifacts, not just for their religious content, but for their artistic beauty and rarity. As literacy rates increased, the production of illuminated manuscripts declined, but their impact on the development of Western art and religious symbolism endures. Today, they remain invaluable treasures of medieval art, offering a glimpse into the devotion, creativity, and religious life of the time. Chapter 3: The Middle Ages and Gothic Art. The Middle Ages, stretching roughly from the 5th to the late 15th century, was a period of great transition, marked by the fall of the Roman Empire, the rise of Christianity, and the eventual development of feudal societies in Europe. During this era, art played a central role in communicating religious and social values, with much of the artistic output focused on Christian themes, the divine, and the afterlife. As the period progressed, it saw the emergence of distinct artistic styles, culminating in the Gothic art movement, which left a lasting influence on Western art and architecture. In the early stages of the Middle Ages, the art produced was heavily influenced by Christian beliefs, and much of it was functional and devotional. Churches and monasteries became centers of artistic production, and the works created were intended to educate the largely illiterate population through visual depictions of religious scenes. Illuminated manuscripts, frescoes, and mosaics were commonly used to communicate biblical stories, while sculpture often adorned church facades, depicting scenes from the life of Christ or saints. The art of this period, particularly during the Romanesque phase, was characterized by its heavy, solid forms and a sense of monumentality that conveyed both religious authority and the importance of the church. By the 12th century, the Gothic style began to take shape, initially emerging in France and later spreading throughout Europe. This new style represented a departure from the more rigid, static forms of Romanesque art. Gothic art is best known for its verticality, lightness, and intricate detail, a reflection of the growing importance of light and air in the spiritual experience. Gothic architecture, particularly in cathedrals, was marked by the use of pointed arches, flying buttresses, and ribbed vaults. These innovations allowed for taller, more expansive structures with larger windows that were often filled with stunning stained glass, creating ethereal, luminous interiors meant to inspire awe and facilitate a closer connection to the divine. Gothic sculpture, like its architectural counterpart, became more naturalistic over time. While early Gothic sculptures retained some of the stylized forms of earlier medieval art, they increasingly emphasized human emotion and expression, as seen in the portrayal of saints and biblical figures. In the 13th century, artists began to place greater emphasis on the natural world, creating more realistic depictions of the human figure, animals, and nature. This development reflected a shift toward a more human-centered view of the world, one that would continue to evolve into the Renaissance. The Gothic period also saw the rise of the great cathedrals of Europe, such as Notre Dame de Paris and Chartres Cathedral, which embodied the pinnacle of Gothic architecture. These cathedrals were not just religious structures. They were also expressions of civic pride and artistic achievement, symbolizing the power and wealth of the church and the state. The Middle Ages and the Gothic period left a profound legacy, influencing art, architecture, and culture for centuries, and marking a significant chapter in the evolution of Western art. Romanesque versus Gothic architecture. Romanesque and Gothic architecture are two distinct styles that shaped European church design from the 11th to the 15th centuries. While both styles are rooted in the Christian tradition and share a focus on monumental structures, they differ in key elements, reflecting the evolving cultural, religious, and technological changes of their times. The transition from Romanesque to Gothic architecture represents a shift in architectural philosophy, engineering advances, and the increasing importance of light and height in religious spaces. Romanesque architecture, which flourished from the 10th to the early 12th centuries, was characterized by its solid, heavy structures and a sense of earthbound permanence. Churches and monasteries built in this style often featured thick, sturdy stone walls, small windows, and round arches. The design of Romanesque buildings emphasized fortification and stability, often resembling castles or fortresses. The heavy walls were necessary to support the weight of the stone vaults that covered the interior, and the narrow windows limited the amount of natural light that could enter the building, creating a dim and enclosed atmosphere inside. The overall effect was one of solidity and weight, symbolizing the unshakable authority of the church during the medieval period. In contrast, Gothic architecture emerged in the 12th century and reached its peak in the 13th and 14th centuries. Gothic churches, particularly cathedrals, are known for their soaring heights, delicate stonework, and abundant use of light. One of the defining features of Gothic architecture is the pointed arch, which allowed for greater flexibility in design and greater height than the rounded arches of Romanesque buildings. The pointed arch, combined with ribbed vaulting and flying buttresses, enabled architects to build taller, more expansive structures with thinner walls. This new design technique allowed for larger windows, which were often filled with colorful stained glass, flooding the interior with light and creating a heavenly atmosphere. The emphasis on verticality and the ethereal nature of light reflected the Gothic desire to symbolize the divine and elevate the viewer's spiritual experience. Another key distinction between Romanesque and Gothic architecture is the approach to decoration. Romanesque buildings were often adorned with simple, heavy sculptures that were integrated into the walls and columns. These sculptures were mostly symbolic and religious in nature, often representing biblical scenes or saints. In contrast, Gothic architecture featured more intricate, detailed sculptures and elaborate facades, which often depicted scenes from the life of Christ or the Virgin Mary. Gothic buildings, with their heightened sense of light and space, were designed to draw the viewer's eyes upward, toward the heavens, symbolizing a closer connection to God. While Romanesque architecture emphasized solidity, permanence, and fortitude, Gothic architecture sought to inspire awe through height, light, and delicacy. The shift from Romanesque to Gothic marked a profound change in how architecture reflected the religious and spiritual aspirations of the time, with Gothic buildings aiming to create an experience that elevated the soul toward the divine. Stained glass windows and flying buttresses. Stained glass windows and flying buttresses are two of the most iconic features of Gothic architecture, playing crucial roles in both the structural integrity and the aesthetic grandeur of Gothic cathedrals. These elements, which became emblematic of the Gothic style, transformed the way churches were designed, allowing architects to achieve heights and expansiveness previously unimaginable, while simultaneously infusing religious spaces with light and color that had profound spiritual significance. Stained glass windows were a revolutionary development in Gothic architecture. Unlike the small, narrow windows of Romanesque churches, Gothic cathedrals featured large, expansive windows that stretched across the walls, often reaching from floor to ceiling. These windows were filled with intricate stained glass, which not only allowed light to flood into the building, but also added a vibrant burst of color. The glass itself was carefully painted and shaped into intricate scenes, often depicting biblical stories, saints, and divine figures, which helped to convey religious messages to a largely illiterate population. The bright, colorful light streaming through the stained glass was symbolic of the divine light of God, creating a heavenly, transcendent atmosphere inside the church. The windows became an essential part of the Gothic architectural experience, guiding the viewer's gaze upward and fostering a sense of connection to the sacred. The flying buttress, on the other hand, was a key innovation in Gothic architecture that enabled the construction of these large windows without compromising the structural stability of the building. In earlier architectural styles, the walls of churches had to be thick and heavy to support the weight of the roof and vaults, limiting the size of windows. Gothic architects, however, introduced the flying buttress, a structural support that transferred the weight of the roof and walls to external supports. These external buttresses allowed the walls to be thinner and the windows larger, creating a dramatic sense of openness and lightness within the building. The flying buttress also allowed for the addition of more windows, which could be filled with intricate stained glass, further enhancing the sense of divine illumination. Together, stained glass windows and flying buttresses transformed Gothic cathedrals into awe-inspiring spaces that were both structurally innovative and spiritually uplifting. The interplay of light, color, and structure created a sensory experience that symbolized the connection between the earthly and the divine. These features were central to the Gothic desire to elevate the soul, using architecture and art to bring the viewer closer to God. The combination of stained glass and flying buttresses not only exemplifies the technical ingenuity of Gothic architects, but also reflects the spiritual aspirations of the time, with every detail designed to enhance the sense of the sacred. The role of monasteries in art preservation. Monasteries played a crucial role in the preservation and transmission of art and knowledge during the Middle Ages, particularly during the early and high medieval periods when much of Europe was in a state of political instability. Monks and nuns, dedicated to religious life, became some of the most important custodians of artistic and intellectual culture. As centers of religious devotion, learning, and craftsmanship, monasteries served as vital repositories for manuscripts, art, and spiritual traditions, ensuring that cultural achievements were not lost to time. One of the primary ways in which monasteries contributed to the preservation of art was through the painstaking work of manuscript copying and illumination. During the early Middle Ages, much of Europe was without centralized education systems, and literacy rates were low. Monasteries, especially those associated with the Benedictine order, became key centers of learning where monks would transcribe religious texts such as the Bible, the writings of the Church Fathers, and liturgical books. In doing so, they preserved not only the words, but also the artistic traditions associated with these texts. Illuminated manuscripts, which featured vibrant depictions of biblical scenes, saints, and intricate designs, became a primary form of art in the monastic world. These books were not just written records, but also beautifully decorated objects, often using precious materials such as gold leaf, vibrant pigments, and intricate patterns. The process of illumination was highly specialized, and monks who had artistic skill played an essential role in creating these sacred works. Monasteries also became crucial centers for the development of early Christian art and religious imagery. Many of the earliest examples of Christian art, including frescoes, sculptures, and altarpieces, were created within monastic settings. Monks, trained in both spiritual and artistic practices, would create these works to adorn the walls of the monastery, churches, and chapels, enriching the religious life of the community and providing visual representations of Christian beliefs. The art produced in monasteries often reflected the spiritual goals of the monastic life, emphasizing humility, devotion, and the divine, and was designed to elevate the viewer's soul toward God. In addition to the creation of art, Monasteries also preserved classical knowledge and artistic traditions. Many monks were educated in the classical texts of Greek and Roman antiquity, which they copied, translated, and studied. Through this process, ancient manuscripts were preserved, and knowledge of classical art, philosophy, and science was passed down to future generations. During the period of the Dark Ages, when much of Europe was experiencing a cultural decline, monasteries were among the few places where art, culture, and knowledge were actively maintained and protected. Overall, monasteries were indispensable to the preservation and advancement of art during the Middle Ages. Their role as centers of learning, art production, and religious devotion allowed them to safeguard not only religious traditions, but also broader cultural achievements. Through their efforts in manuscript illumination, art creation, and the preservation of classical knowledge, monasteries ensured that much of Western civilization's artistic heritage was carried forward into the Renaissance and beyond. Gothic sculpture and the humanization of religious figures. Gothic sculpture, which emerged during the 12th and 13th centuries, marked a significant shift in the way religious figures were portrayed in art. Unlike the more rigid and stylized figures of the Romanesque period, Gothic sculpture began to focus on naturalism and human expression, bringing a more relatable human dimension to sacred subjects. This evolution in religious art reflected broader changes in society, such as the growing emphasis on personal devotion and the increasing importance of human experience in understanding the divine. One of the defining characteristics of Gothic sculpture was the shift from static, symbolic depictions of religious figures to more dynamic, emotionally expressive portrayals. Early Gothic sculptures, especially those adorning the facades of cathedrals, were often characterized by elongated forms and stylized faces. However, as the style progressed, artists began to introduce more realistic proportions and greater attention to facial expressions, body language, and the natural world. Figures of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints were no longer depicted as distant or otherworldly, but were rendered in ways that emphasized their humanity, making them more approachable and relatable to the faithful. For example, in the portrayal of Christ, Gothic sculptors increasingly emphasized his suffering, as seen in depictions of the Passion and Crucifixion. These sculptures conveyed the physical pain and emotional anguish of Christ in a way that Romanesque art had not. The suffering Christ was shown with detailed facial expressions, lifelike postures, and realistic anatomical features, inviting viewers to empathize with the divine sacrifice. This humanization of Christ made him more accessible to the viewer, encouraging a deeper, more personal connection to the figure of Jesus. Similarly, the Virgin Mary began to be portrayed with more maternal warmth, tenderness, and grace, reflecting her role as the compassionate mother of Christ. Gothic sculpture also played a significant role in communicating biblical narratives to the illiterate masses. Sculptural depictions of scenes from the life of Christ or the Virgin Mary were often placed on the exterior of churches, especially around doorways and columns, where they acted as visual storytelling devices. The expressive quality of the figures allowed worshipers to emotionally connect with the sacred stories and teachings of the church. The humanized representations of religious figures were designed not only to educate, but to evoke a sense of devotion, drawing the viewer into the spiritual narrative. In addition to its role in devotional art, Gothic sculpture reflected the growing humanist values of the time. By emphasizing the physicality and emotions of religious figures, artists celebrated the human experience as part of the divine plan. This shift toward more naturalistic and expressive depictions of sacred subjects in Gothic sculpture laid the foundation for the Renaissance's focus on humanism and the beauty of the human form. Through this art, the medieval church sought to make the divine more immediate and tangible to its followers, fostering a deeper sense of connection to the spiritual world. The Bayeux Tapestry, a story in thread. The Bayeux Tapestry is one of the most significant and remarkable works of medieval art, offering a detailed and vibrant visual narrative of the events leading up to the Norman conquest of England in 1066. This embroidered cloth, measuring approximately 230 feet in length, provides a rare, rich historical account of a pivotal moment in European history. Though often referred to as a tapestry, it is technically an embroidered cloth, with scenes depicted through threads sewn onto linen rather than woven into the fabric. Created in the late 11th century, the Bayeux tapestry is thought to have been commissioned by Bishop Odo of Bayeux, the half-brother of William the Conqueror, to commemorate the Norman victory at the Battle of Hastings. Its narrative focuses on the series of events that led to the conquest, including the conflict over the English throne, King Harold's oath of allegiance to William, and the battle itself. The tapestry's visual storytelling is highly detailed, featuring over 70 scenes, many of which depict soldiers, ships, and medieval life, as well as supernatural omens, such as the appearance of Halley's Comet. What makes the Bayeux tapestry particularly significant is its use of embroidery to tell a complex historical story. Unlike written records, which could be inaccessible to many, especially the illiterate population of the time, the tapestry was a more public form of storytelling. Its images functioned as a visual history that could be easily understood by a wide audience. The detailed scenes reveal not only the events of the conquest, but also offer insights into the culture, fashion, military practices, and architecture of the 11th century. The artists who created the tapestry used stylized figures and symbolic depictions, but they also captured a remarkable level of realism, particularly in the portrayal of warfare, horses, and ships. The Bayeux tapestry is often celebrated for its artistic skill and narrative power, making it a valuable historical artifact. Its lively animated scenes provide an intimate look into the medieval mindset and offer a perspective on the Norman conquest that contrasts with the written histories of the time. Although its exact creators remain a mystery, it is believed that skilled embroiderers in England or Normandy crafted the piece. Over time, the Bayeux tapestry has become not only an invaluable historical record, but also an enduring symbol of medieval artistic achievement, connecting the past to the present through its unique storytelling medium. Chapter 4: The Italian Renaissance. The Italian Renaissance, spanning roughly from the 14th to the 17th century, was a period of profound cultural transformation that marked the end of the medieval era and the beginning of the modern age. Rooted in the rebirth of interest in classical antiquity, the Renaissance saw a resurgence of art, literature, philosophy, and science, primarily in Italy, that would later spread across Europe. It was a time when human potential and individual expression were celebrated, leading to an explosion of creativity and intellectual achievement that reshaped the course of Western history. At the heart of the Renaissance was the rediscovery of ancient Greek and Roman art, literature, and philosophy. Intellectuals known as humanists began to study the classical texts and emphasize the importance of human experience, reason, and emotion. This human-centered philosophy laid the groundwork for a new approach to art, where artists sought to depict the human form in a more naturalistic and realistic manner. One of the most significant innovations was the use of perspective in painting, which created the illusion of depth and three-dimensionality, revolutionizing how artists represented space and the world around them. Artists like Filippo Brunelleschi, who perfected linear perspective, paved the way for future masterpieces. The period was defined by the work of some of the most renowned artists in history, many of whom were supported by wealthy patrons, particularly the Medici family in Florence. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Donatello transformed the visual arts through their innovative techniques and mastery of the human figure. Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man and his paintings, such as The Last Supper and Mona Lisa, exemplified the Renaissance ideals of balance, harmony, and the study of anatomy. Michelangelo's David and the Sistine Chapel ceiling frescoes are perfect examples of the Renaissance's focus on human beauty and divine symbolism. In addition to the visual arts, the Renaissance also saw a flourishing of literature, with writers like Dante Alighieri, Petrarch, and Giovanni Boccaccio making significant contributions to Italian poetry and narrative. The printing press, invented by Johannes Gutenberg in the mid-15th century, allowed for the mass production of books, making literature and knowledge more accessible to a broader audience and accelerating the spread of Renaissance ideas. The Italian Renaissance was not just a cultural revival, it was also a time of significant political and social change. The rise of powerful city-states such as Florence, Venice, and Rome allowed for the patronage of the arts while also providing fertile ground for political experimentation and philosophical debate. The influence of the Renaissance spread throughout Europe, leaving an indelible mark on the course of art, science, and thought. This period of cultural flourishing set the stage for the modern world and remains one of the most influential eras in human history. Humanism and the revival of classical ideals. Humanism, a philosophical and cultural movement that emerged during the Italian Renaissance, placed a strong emphasis on the value and potential of human beings, focusing on individual achievement, reason, and the study of classical antiquity. This intellectual movement marked a clear break from the medieval worldview, which was primarily focused on religious themes and the afterlife. Humanism celebrated the capabilities of the human spirit, encouraging people to explore and cultivate their natural talents, intellects, and creativity. At its core, humanism sought to revive the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome, which were seen as embodying the highest achievements in art, literature, philosophy, and governance. The revival of classical ideals was a central aspect of the Renaissance. Scholars began to rediscover and study the works of classical authors such as Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, and Virgil. These texts were not only admired for their intellectual content, but also for their reflections on human nature, ethics, and civic responsibility. Humanists believed that the study of classical literature would lead to a more virtuous and enlightened society, as it would provide models of wise leadership, moral integrity, and the pursuit of knowledge. The humanist emphasis on individualism was also evident in the art of the time, as artists sought to depict the human figure with greater realism and emotional depth, reflecting an understanding of human beauty, emotion, and experience. In art, the influence of humanism is seen in the shift toward a more naturalistic representation of the human body. Artists like Donatello, Michelangelo, and Leonardo da Vinci studied classical sculptures and human anatomy, using these references to create more lifelike figures. The pursuit of perfecting human form and capturing the nuances of human expression became central to Renaissance art. Leonardo's Vitruvian Man, for example, is a direct homage to the classical concept of ideal proportions, and his works such as Last Supper demonstrate a deep understanding of human emotion and interaction. Humanism also influenced the development of new ideas in philosophy and science. Thinkers like Petrarch, Erasmus, and Thomas More questioned established medieval structures and promoted the importance of reason, critical thinking, and empirical observation. This intellectual shift laid the groundwork for later scientific discoveries, as well as the rise of political thought that emphasized the rights of the individual and the importance of civic participation. The humanist movement had a profound impact on education as well, as it encouraged a curriculum centered around the liberal arts, including grammar, rhetoric, history, and moral philosophy. This focus on a well-rounded education was designed to create well-informed citizens who could contribute to the public good. In conclusion, humanism and the revival of classical ideals were integral to the intellectual and artistic transformation of the Renaissance. By celebrating the potential of human beings and the wisdom of ancient civilizations, humanism laid the foundation for the modern Western worldview, influencing art, literature, philosophy, and science for centuries to come. The masters, Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael. The Italian Renaissance reached its zenith through the work of three extraordinary artists, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo Buonarroti, and Raphael Sanzio. Together, these masters defined the ideals of the period with their genius, innovation, and ability to merge art with philosophy. Their works are among the most celebrated in Western art history and continue to influence artists and thinkers to this day. Leonardo da Vinci, often regarded as the epitome of the Renaissance ideal, was a polymath whose contributions extended far beyond painting. His masterpieces, including the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper, epitomize the Renaissance ideals of naturalism, emotional depth, and intellectual inquiry. Leonardo's deep interest in anatomy, light, and perspective led to some of the most scientifically accurate and emotionally resonant works of art ever created. His technique of sfumato, a soft blending of colors and tones, allowed for lifelike depictions that captured the subtleties of human emotion. Leonardo's notebooks, filled with sketches, inventions, and anatomical studies, also showcase his insatiable curiosity and wide-ranging intellect, which placed him at the forefront of both art and science. Michelangelo Buonarroti, a master sculptor, painter, and architect, was another towering figure of the Renaissance. His sculpture of David, which represents the biblical hero just before his battle with Goliath, is a masterpiece of Renaissance idealism. It captures both the physical beauty of the human form and the psychological intensity of the moment. Michelangelo's Pietà in St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, which shows the Virgin Mary holding the lifeless body of Christ, is another prime example of his ability to express profound emotion through marble. As a painter, Michelangelo's frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel are among the most famous works in the world, with the creation of Adam being one of the most iconic images in Western art. His work blended religious devotion with the exploration of human potential and emotion, making him one of the most influential figures of the Renaissance. Raphael Sanzio, though younger than Leonardo and Michelangelo, quickly became one of the Renaissance's most respected artists. Known for his harmonious compositions and serene portrayals of the human form, Raphael's work reflected the Renaissance ideals of beauty and balance. His most famous paintings, such as the School of Athens and the Madonna of the Meadow, demonstrate his mastery of perspective and his ability to create intimate, emotionally charged scenes. The School of Athens is a masterpiece of classical philosophy, featuring prominent figures from ancient Greece, and is a perfect example of Raphael's ability to blend Renaissance humanism with classical antiquity. Raphael's frescoes in the Vatican, especially the Stanza di Raffaello, represent the culmination of Renaissance artistic principles, combining religious themes with a deep appreciation for classical art. Together, these three masters, Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael, redefined art during the Renaissance. They moved beyond the medieval tradition, emphasizing the beauty, complexity, and emotional depth of the human experience. Their works remain timeless exemplars of human creativity and continue to inspire admiration and study worldwide. Through their mastery, they transformed the visual language of the Renaissance, leaving an indelible mark on art history. Perspective and proportion in Renaissance painting. The development of perspective and proportion in Renaissance painting revolutionized the way artists represented the human form in space. These advancements allowed for more naturalistic and lifelike depictions of both people and the world around them, transforming art from the flat symbolic forms of the medieval period into dynamic, three-dimensional compositions. Artists of the Renaissance explored mathematical principles and human anatomy in their works, striving to create an accurate, harmonious representation of reality. One of the key breakthroughs was the development of linear perspective, a technique that uses a system of converging lines to create the illusion of depth on a flat surface. Filippo Brunelleschi, an architect and engineer, is often credited with discovering the principles of linear perspective in the early 15th century. His discovery laid the foundation for artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Donatello, and Raphael to create compositions that appeared to recede into space, giving paintings a sense of realism previously unseen in Western art. Linear perspective allowed artists to organize scenes in a way that made the viewer feel as though they were looking into a real, tangible world, rather than a static, two-dimensional image. Along with perspective, the Renaissance saw a renewed focus on human proportion. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci studied the anatomy of the human body to understand the proportions and relationships between different parts of the body. One of Leonardo's most famous works, Vitruvian Man, illustrates his exploration of the ideal human proportions based on the writings of the ancient Roman architect Vitruvius. Leonardo's deep understanding of anatomy and proportion allowed him to create figures that were not only realistic, but also imbued with a sense of harmony and balance. His studies of light, shadow, and muscle structure helped him depict human figures in a more accurate, three-dimensional manner, bringing them to life on canvas. In addition to human figures, the Renaissance's exploration of perspective extended to the background and environment in a painting. Artists use techniques like atmospheric perspective, which softens the colors and details of distant objects, creating a sense of depth and distance. This technique enhanced the realism of landscapes, giving viewers a sense of looking into a vast, expansive space rather than a flat surface. The mastery of perspective and proportion in Renaissance painting marked a pivotal moment in the history of art. By blending scientific observation with artistic innovation, Renaissance artists created works that were grounded in a deeper understanding of the world, human nature, and the universe. These principles not only defined the visual style of the Renaissance, but also influenced the development of Western art for centuries to come. The Medici family, patrons of the arts. The Medici family played a pivotal role in shaping the Italian Renaissance, not only as powerful political figures, but also as some of the most influential patrons of the arts in history. Through their wealth, political power, and vision, the Medici transformed Florence into the cultural epicenter of Europe, fostering a flourishing of art, architecture, literature, and scholarship that would define the Renaissance era. The Medici family rose to prominence in the 14th century through banking, with Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici founding the Medici Bank in 1397. By the early 15th century, the family had accumulated significant wealth, which allowed them to exert influence over the city of Florence. However, it was under the leadership of Cosimo de' Medici, known as Cosimo the Elder, that the family began its deep involvement in the arts. Cosimo was not only a shrewd businessman and political strategist, but also a patron of humanism and the arts. He understood the importance of culture in solidifying his family's power and legacy, and used his wealth to support the works of artists, philosophers, and scholars. His patronage helped establish Florence as the epicenter of the Renaissance. Cosimo's influence was far-reaching, as he sponsored artists such as Filippo Brunelleschi, the architect behind the dome of the Florence Cathedral, and Donatello, whose sculptural works, including the bronze David, became symbols of the Medici's vision of human potential. Under Cosimo's patronage, the family also supported the development of important institutions, such as the Platonic Academy, which became a center for Renaissance philosophy and humanism, further promoting the revival of classical learning. The Medici's legacy as patrons of the arts was continued by Cosimo's descendants, particularly his grandson, Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Lorenzo the Magnificent. Lorenzo's reign marked the height of Medici patronage, and his court attracted some of the greatest artists of the time, including Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Botticelli, and Raphael. Lorenzo's deep personal involvement in the arts and his support of artists gave rise to masterpieces like Michelangelo's Pietà and Botticelli's The Birth of Venus. Lorenzo's influence extended beyond visual arts, as he also supported poets, musicians, and philosophers, creating a cultural environment that fostered intellectual and artistic innovation. In addition to their role as patrons of the arts, the Medici family commissioned numerous architectural projects that transformed Florence into an architectural marvel. The Medici palaces, churches, and chapels became symbols of their wealth and influence, with artists like Michelangelo and Vasari contributing to the family's grand designs. The Medici family's impact on the arts is undeniable, and their patronage helped foster the artistic explosion that defined the Renaissance. By investing in the creative minds of the time, the Medici not only solidified their place in history, but also helped shape the course of Western art, leaving a lasting cultural legacy that continues to be celebrated today. The birth of oil painting and fresco techniques. The development of oil painting and fresco techniques during the Renaissance revolutionized the world of art, offering artists new ways to express their creativity and refine their craft. These innovations allowed for greater realism, vibrancy, and depth in artworks, helping to define the visual language of the Renaissance and beyond. Oil painting emerged in the early 15th century, with artists like Jan van Eyck often credited with its popularization. The technique involved mixing pigments with oil, usually linseed oil, which allowed the paint to dry more slowly than tempera, a medium that had been used previously. The slow drying time of oil paint enabled artists to work more meticulously, blending colors and creating smoother transitions between light and shadow. This led to the development of highly detailed, lifelike representations with greater attention to texture, skin tones, and the play of light. Oil painting also allowed for greater depth and luminosity, as the layers of oil paint could be built up gradually to create rich, vibrant surfaces. The ability to make corrections and work in layers further advanced artistic technique, providing flexibility that tempera could not offer. Jan van Eyck's Arnolfini portrait, 1434, is a prime example of the new possibilities opened up by oil paint. The painting's exquisite detail, particularly in the textures of fabric, light reflection, and the realistic portrayal of skin, exemplifies the technical mastery that could be achieved with oil painting. Soon, artists across Europe adopted the medium, including Italian painters like Leonardo da Vinci, who famously used oil paints in works such as The Last Supper and Mona Lisa. The precision and realism oil painting offered became a hallmark of Renaissance art, influencing generations of artists. While oil painting developed in Northern Europe, fresco techniques were widely practiced in Italy. Fresco, the art of painting onto wet plaster, dates back to ancient times but reached its pinnacle during the Renaissance. The technique involved applying pigments onto freshly laid plaster where the colors would chemically bond with the surface as the plaster dried. This created vibrant, durable images that were integrated into the architecture of walls and ceilings, often in churches and palaces. Fresco allowed for large-scale works, and its use in monumental wall paintings became particularly popular during the Renaissance. Artists like Michelangelo and Raphael used fresco to create some of their most iconic works, including Michelangelo's ceiling of the Sistine Chapel and Raphael's School of Athens. Fresco demanded a high level of skill and precision, as the artist had to work quickly before the plaster dried, but it allowed for expansive compositions and intricate detail within architectural settings. The technique became synonymous with Renaissance religious and civic art, adorning the walls of churches and public buildings, and creating visual narratives that blended seamlessly with the architecture. Together, the birth of oil painting and the refinement of fresco techniques marked a new era of artistic achievement. These innovations enabled artists to experiment with light, color, and form, paving the way for the masterpieces of the Renaissance and leaving a lasting legacy in the history of art. Chapter 5: The Northern Renaissance. The Northern Renaissance refers to the cultural and artistic movement that took place in Northern Europe during the same period as the Italian Renaissance. While the Italian Renaissance was centered in cities like Florence and Rome, the Northern Renaissance flourished in regions such as the Netherlands, Germany, France, and England. This movement was marked by a distinct focus on detailed realism, the influence of early Christianity, and the use of oil painting, which allowed for exquisite textures and vibrant color. One of the most significant differences between the Northern and Italian Renaissance was the approach to religion. While Italian artists focused on classical themes and humanist ideals, artists in the North were more concerned with portraying everyday life and religious subjects with a heightened attention to detail and symbolism. Artists in this region often depicted scenes of domestic life, religious rituals, and natural landscapes, paying close attention to the texture and realism of their subjects. This focus on the observable world was influenced by the rise of Christian humanism, which emphasized the importance of scripture and religious devotion in daily life. This movement led to the creation of works that were rich in symbolism, where every detail in a painting carried theological significance. The use of oil painting was one of the defining characteristics of Northern Renaissance art. Artists like John van Eyck, who is often credited with perfecting the technique, created works that showcase the medium's ability to capture rich colors, light, and intricate textures. Van Eyck's Arnolfini portrait is a prime example of the precision and depth that oil painting offered. The level of detail in the fabric, the reflections in the mirror, and the surfaces of objects is stunning, revealing a meticulous attention to the material world. Albrecht Dürer, a German artist, was another key figure in the Northern Renaissance. Known for his woodcuts and engravings, Dürer's works were widely reproduced and helped spread the ideas of the Renaissance throughout Europe. His self-portrait, 1500, is often seen as a reflection of the Renaissance ideal of the artist as a figure of intellectual stature, with his contemplative pose and detailed rendering of his own image. The Northern Renaissance was also marked by the rise of printmaking, which helped disseminate new ideas and artistic innovations across Europe. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg in the mid-15th century revolutionized the spread of knowledge and art. Artists like Albrecht Dürer and Hans Holbein the Younger used the medium to create prints that were affordable and accessible, reaching a wider audience than traditional paintings. In conclusion, the Northern Renaissance represented a unique blend of religious devotion, meticulous realism, and the careful exploration of everyday life. Its artists brought new depth to the depiction of the material world and helped shape the course of European art history, offering a counterpart to the more classical influences of the Italian Renaissance. Through the works of painters like Jan van Eyck, Albrecht Dürer, and others, the Northern Renaissance left a lasting impact on Western art and culture. The influence of the printing press. The invention of the printing press in the mid-15th century by Johannes Gutenberg had a profound impact on the cultural, intellectual, and artistic landscapes of Europe, ushering in the age of mass communication and transforming the course of history. Before the printing press, books and manuscripts were painstakingly copied by hand, a slow and expensive process that made written materials rare and largely inaccessible. Gutenberg's invention, which used movable type to transfer ink onto paper, drastically reduced the cost of printing and made books more widely available, leading to an explosion of knowledge and ideas. The most significant impact of the printing press was its role in the spread of literature and knowledge. The first major work printed using movable type was Gutenberg's Bible, completed around 1455. This book, produced in Latin, was the first mass-produced text to be widely distributed, and its availability helped pave the way for the Reformation, as ideas about religion and scripture were more easily disseminated. The press allowed religious texts, as well as works of philosophy, science, and literature, to be printed in greater quantities, making them accessible to a larger portion of the population. The increased circulation of books helped to promote literacy across Europe and fostered an intellectual revolution, as people had greater access to new ideas and theories. The printing press also had a profound effect on art. Artists were able to create prints that were cheaper and easier to distribute than traditional paintings or sculptures. Engraving and woodcut prints became especially popular, with artists like Albrecht Dürer and Hans Holbein producing intricate designs that could be reproduced and sold to a broad audience. These prints made art more accessible to the masses and allowed for the rapid spread of artistic styles and techniques across Europe. Artists could also illustrate and accompany literary works, helping to create a synergy between literature and visual art that was pivotal in the Renaissance. In addition to the spread of literature and art, the printing press played a crucial role in shaping religious and political movements. The dissemination of Martin Luther's 95 Theses in 1517, for example, was made possible by the printing press, which helped to spread Reformation ideas quickly and widely. The press facilitated the exchange of religious views and debates, which led to a greater questioning of the Catholic Church's authority and the rise of Protestantism. In conclusion, the printing press was a revolutionary invention that transformed European society in multiple ways. By making books and knowledge more accessible, it democratized learning and sparked an intellectual awakening that paved the way for the Renaissance, Reformation, and Enlightenment. Its influence on art, religion, politics, and culture cannot be overstated, as it played a central role in the shaping of the modern world. Jan van Eyck and the mastery of oil painting. Jan van Eyck, a Flemish painter from the early 15th century, is often celebrated as one of the pioneers of oil painting, revolutionizing the medium and laying the groundwork for its widespread use during the Northern Renaissance. While oil painting had been used sporadically in earlier centuries, Van Eyck's technical mastery and innovative approach to the medium elevated it to new heights, allowing for unprecedented levels of realism, detail, and color depth. Van Eyck's contribution to oil painting was not just in the use of oil as a medium, but also in the development of sophisticated techniques that allowed for the creation of lifelike textures and vivid colors. His process involved applying multiple layers of thin paint to create smooth transitions of light and shadow, a technique that enabled him to capture the subtleties of human skin, fabric, and reflective surfaces. This layering method, combined with his use of pigments mixed with oil, allowed him to achieve a richness and luminosity that had never been seen before in European art. One of Van Eyck's most famous works, the Arnolfini Portrait, 1434, exemplifies his mastery of oil painting. The intricate detail in the texture of the fabrics, the reflective surfaces in the brass candelabra and mirror, and the lifelike quality of the figures demonstrate his remarkable skill. The work's subtle play of light and shadow enhances the three-dimensionality of the scene, making it appear almost tangible to the viewer. The fine details, such as the textures of the carpet and the fur trim of the garments, are rendered with such precision that they seem to come alive. The Arnolfini Portrait is often seen as a landmark in the development of oil painting, showcasing Van Eyck's ability to create a world that feels both realistic and intimate. Van Eyck's work also demonstrated a keen interest in the natural world. His ability to paint intricate details such as flowers, reflections, and the textures of various materials set his art apart. He approached his subjects with a level of observation and care that was groundbreaking at the time, taking full advantage of the new medium's ability to capture fine details and vivid colors. While Van Eyck is often credited with perfecting oil painting, it was his influence on subsequent generations of artists that helped ensure the medium's dominance in Western art. His work inspired many painters in the Netherlands and beyond, who emulated his techniques and built upon his innovations. As a result, oil painting became the primary medium for artists during the Renaissance and beyond, allowing for an explosion of creativity and realism in art that continues to resonate today. In summary, Jan van Eyck's mastery of oil painting was a pivotal moment in the history of art. His skillful use of the medium not only set new standards for artistic technique, but also had a lasting impact on the development of Renaissance art, making him one of the most influential artists of his time. Albrecht Dürer, printmaking and engraving. Albrecht Dürer, a German artist of the late 15th and early 16th centuries, is widely regarded as one of the most important figures in the history of printmaking. His innovative approach to engraving and woodcut techniques revolutionized the art of printmaking, helping to elevate it to the level of fine art and making it a vital part of the Renaissance artistic landscape. Dürer's mastery of these mediums, combined with his keen attention to detail and deep intellectual engagement with the world, made him one of the most influential artists of his time. Dürer's engravings are particularly renowned for their intricate line work and ability to convey a remarkable degree of depth and texture. Unlike earlier engravers who focused on more decorative or simple subjects, Dürer approached printmaking with the same seriousness as painting and drawing. His works, such as Night, Death, and the Devil, 1513, and Melancholia, 1514, exhibit an exceptional understanding of form, light, and space, qualities that were made possible through his mastery of the engraving process. Engraving involves carving into a metal plate, typically copper, and then inking the plate to produce a print. This allowed for the creation of highly detailed and delicate lines, which Dürer used to great effect, creating intricate textures and dramatic contrasts of light and shadow. One of Dürer's most significant contributions to printmaking was his ability to convey a sense of three-dimensionality and volume through the precise manipulation of light and shadow. In his engraving St. Jerome in His Study, 1514, for example, Dürer creates an atmosphere of depth and realism by carefully adjusting the light, shadow, and texture of the various elements within the scene. The folds of Jerome's robe, the texture of the walls, and the intricate details of the objects around him all contribute to the image's realism. Dürer's prints were not just artistic endeavors, they were also intellectual ones, often incorporating symbolism and allegory, which invited viewers to engage with the deeper meaning behind the works. In addition to his engravings, Dürer was a pioneering figure in woodcut prints, a medium that involved carving an image into a block of wood, inking the block, and then printing it onto paper. Dürer's The Apocalypse series, created between 1496 and 1498, is one of his most well-known woodcut works. The series consisted of a set of dramatic, highly detailed prints that depict scenes from the Book of Revelation. These prints not only demonstrated Dürer's technical skill, but also his ability to convey complex narrative and emotional intensity, making them some of the most powerful woodcuts ever produced. Dürer's impact on printmaking was far-reaching, as his techniques and ideas helped shape the development of European art. His prints became highly sought after, and through the advent of the printing press, they were widely distributed across Europe, influencing artists and viewers alike. Dürer's ability to combine technical precision with emotional depth in his prints solidified his legacy as one of the Renaissance's great masters, and his innovations in printmaking paved the way for generations of artists to come. Symbolism in Northern Renaissance art. Symbolism played a significant role in Northern Renaissance art, where artists employed a rich language of visual cues to convey deeper meanings and religious ideas. Unlike the more overt classical themes of the Italian Renaissance, Northern Renaissance artists often focused on the everyday world, with religious and moral allegories embedded in the smallest details. The use of symbolism became a way to communicate complex ideas, religious truths, and philosophical reflections, engaging the viewer in a process of interpretation and reflection. One of the key features of Northern Renaissance symbolism was the use of objects to represent abstract ideas or moral lessons. For example, in the works of Jan van Eyck, such as the Arnolfini portrait, seemingly mundane objects like the convex mirror, the dog, and the single candle in the chandelier each held deeper symbolic meanings. The mirror, often seen as a reflection of truth, also represented the omnipresence of God's gaze, while the dog symbolized fidelity and loyalty. The candle burning in the chandelier could be seen as a symbol of divine light or the presence of Christ, further emphasizing the religious undertones of the scene. These objects, though appearing natural and realistic, were carefully selected to evoke specific moral or spiritual interpretations. Another notable example of symbolism in Northern Renaissance art is found in the works of Hieronymus Bosch. His fantastical and often surreal paintings, such as The Garden of Earthly Delights, are rich with symbolic content. Bosch's complex imagery features a vast array of symbols, from the fruit representing temptation in the Garden of Eden to the depictions of hell as a chaotic and nightmarish realm. His works often conveyed religious and moral warnings about human sin, salvation, and the consequences of indulgence, using symbolic figures and scenarios to highlight the tensions between earthly pleasures and divine judgment. In addition to religious symbolism, Northern Renaissance artists also imbued their works with symbolic references to wealth, social status, and human nature. For example, in still life paintings, objects like food, jewels, or timepieces were often used to signify transience, vanity, or the fleeting nature of material wealth. The vanitas theme, which appeared in both painting and literature, was a direct reflection of the period's preoccupation with the temporality of life and the inevitability of death. These objects served as reminders to the viewer of the futility of worldly possessions and the importance of spiritual devotion. In conclusion, symbolism in Northern Renaissance art was a powerful tool that allowed artists to communicate complex ideas, convey moral lessons, and explore the spiritual dimensions of life. By embedding deeper meanings into everyday objects and scenes, artists like Van Eyck, Bosch, and others encouraged viewers to look beyond the surface and reflect on the deeper truths of existence. Through this intricate use of symbolism, Northern Renaissance art remains one of the most intellectually engaging and spiritually profound periods in the history of art. The Protestant Reformation and its impact on art. The Protestant Reformation, which began in the early 16th century, was a religious and social movement that had profound effects not only on the church, but also on the visual arts across Europe. Spearheaded by figures like Martin Luther and John Calvin, the Reformation sought to challenge the practices and doctrines of the Catholic Church, ultimately leading to the establishment of various Protestant denominations. As the Reformation spread, it sparked significant changes in how art was perceived, created, and used, especially in Protestant regions of Europe. One of the most significant changes brought about by the Reformation was the shift in religious iconography. Protestant leaders, particularly in Lutheran and Calvinist communities, rejected the use of religious images in worship, believing that they could lead to idolatry. Martin Luther, while initially not opposed to religious art, argued that images should serve a didactic purpose rather than being venerated. This led to a dramatic reduction in the production of religious artworks in Protestant regions. Churches that had once been adorned with elaborate altarpieces, frescoes, and statues were now stripped of much of their decoration, reflecting the Reformation's emphasis on simplicity and direct communication with God. The resulting iconoclasm saw the destruction or removal of many religious images, particularly in areas where Calvinism took hold, which was notably strict about the rejection of visual representations of the divine. In contrast, the Catholic Counter-Reformation, which was a response to the Protestant challenge, saw the Church reaffirming the importance of religious art as a tool for promoting faith. The Council of Trent, 1545 to 1563, emphasized the role of religious art in conveying Christian doctrine, encouraging the creation of dramatic, emotionally compelling works that would inspire devotion and religious fervor. Artists like Caravaggio and Titian created powerful images of saints, Christ, and the Virgin Mary, often with intense realism and emotional impact. These works were designed to evoke a strong response from the viewer, urging them to embrace Catholic teachings and counter the Protestant critique. In Protestant regions, however, art began to take on a different character. There was a rise in portraiture, as well as the creation of scenes from everyday life, such as still lifes, landscapes, and domestic interiors. These genres often reflected the Protestant focus on the individual and the secular realm. Artists like Albrecht Dürer and Hans Holbein the Younger gained prominence for their detailed portraits, which conveyed a sense of personal identity and social status. Additionally, the Protestant Reformation helped to foster the development of printmaking, as religious texts and images could now be widely disseminated, furthering the spread of Reformation ideas. In conclusion, the Protestant Reformation had a profound impact on art, reshaping the religious and cultural landscape of Europe. The rejection of religious images in Protestant areas led to a greater focus on secular subjects and portraiture, while the Catholic Counter-Reformation encouraged a renewed emphasis on religious art to reaffirm Catholic teachings. The changes brought about by the Reformation continue to influence art and religious practice in the Western world, marking a pivotal moment in the history of European art. Chapter 6: The Baroque and Rococo Periods. The Baroque and Rococo periods, which span from the late 16th century into the 18th century, mark two of the most dramatic and emotionally charged eras in the history of European art. These movements arose as reactions to the preceding Renaissance and the religious turmoil of the Reformation, each characterized by its unique style, emotional intensity, and innovations in artistic expression. While Baroque art emphasized grandeur and drama, Rococo introduced a lighter, more playful aesthetic, reflecting the shifting tastes and social dynamics of the time. Baroque art emerged around the early 1600s, coinciding with the Catholic Counter-Reformation, a movement that sought to reassert the power and authority of the Catholic Church in response to the Protestant Reformation. The Catholic Church embraced Baroque art as a means of conveying religious themes with intensity and emotional appeal, aiming to engage viewers and inspire devotion. Artists like Caravaggio, Peter Paul Rubens, and Gian Lorenzo Bernini used dynamic compositions, rich color palettes, and dramatic lighting to create works that were both visually striking and emotionally powerful. Caravaggio's use of chiaroscuro, the contrast between light and dark, became a hallmark of the Baroque style, heightening the sense of drama and focusing attention on key figures in his paintings. Baroque architecture, too, reflected the era's emphasis on grandeur. The design of churches and palaces featured sweeping curves, elaborate decorations, and intricate details. The work of architects like Francesco Borromini and Gian Lorenzo Bernini in Rome exemplified the Baroque commitment to creating spaces that overwhelmed and awestruck the viewer, often making the viewer feel as though they were enveloped by the sacred or the divine. The vast, ornate St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican, for example, symbolized the Catholic Church's power, both spiritual and political, during this period. In the early 18th century, Baroque gave way to Rococo, a style that emerged in France and was initially associated with the court of Louis XV. Rococo art was characterized by its lightness, playfulness, and focus on decorative elements. Unlike the dramatic intensity of Baroque, Rococo was more whimsical, with soft pastels, delicate forms, and scenes of romantic or mythological subjects. Artists such as François Boucher, Jean-Honoré Fragonard, and Antoine Watteau painted graceful, often sensual scenes that reflected the leisurely pleasures of the French aristocracy. Rococo architecture also embraced ornamentation, with interiors that featured curved lines, intricate moldings, and an overall sense of lightness and intimacy. Despite their differences in tone and subject matter, both Baroque and Rococo art shared a commitment to creating works that could evoke an emotional response from viewers. Baroque art sought to awe and inspire through its intensity and dramatic effect, while Rococo art, though lighter in mood, aimed to enchant and entertain. Together, these two movements represent the shifting tastes and values of Europe during the early modern period, reflecting changes in religion, politics, and society. The drama and dynamism of Baroque art. Baroque art in the early 17th century is known for its dramatic intensity, emotional depth, and a sense of movement that marked a significant departure from the calm, measured compositions of the Renaissance. This style developed in response to the religious and political upheavals of the time, particularly the Protestant Reformation and the Catholic Counter-Reformation, as well as the growing influence of absolute monarchies. Artists sought to engage the viewer with vivid realism, dynamic compositions, and strong contrast between light and shadow. The term Baroque, derived from the Portuguese word for a misshapen pearl, reflects the style's lavish, complex, and often exaggerated forms. One of the defining characteristics of Baroque art is its use of intense contrasts of light and dark, a technique known as chiaroscuro. This approach was pioneered by artists like Caravaggio, who used strong lighting to highlight figures against dark backgrounds, enhancing the dramatic impact of the scene. Caravaggio's paintings, such as The Calling of St. Matthew, 1599 to 1600, exemplify this technique, with sharp contrasts between light and shadow that draw attention to key figures and heighten the emotional tension of the moment. The boldness of this approach was meant to captivate the viewer, making the viewer feel as if they were part of the action. It also allowed artists to evoke a sense of spirituality and divine presence, especially in religious works intended to inspire devotion. Baroque artists also emphasized movement, both in the composition of their paintings and in the figures they depicted. Unlike the static, balanced figures of Renaissance art, Baroque figures were often shown in mid-motion, with flowing drapery, twisting postures, and expressions of intense emotion. In sculptures, artists like Gian Lorenzo Bernini brought this sense of movement to life with dramatic sweeping compositions. His famous work, The Ecstasy of St. Teresa, 1647 to 1652, captures a moment of spiritual ecstasy in a swirling dynamic motion, turning a religious scene into an emotionally charged experience. In architecture, Baroque design was marked by grandiosity, with elaborate facades, sweeping curves, and expansive interiors. Churches and palaces were designed to overwhelm the viewer with their opulence and scale, creating spaces that seemed to extend beyond the physical realm and into the divine. St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, redesigned by Bernini, exemplifies this sense of awe-inspiring space, with its expansive colonnade embracing the viewer in a symbolic gesture of welcoming into the church. Baroque art was also closely tied to the Catholic Counter-Reformation, as the Church commissioned many works that would inspire awe, devotion, and religious fervor. Artists were often asked to depict biblical narratives with emotional force, emphasizing the miraculous and divine aspects of the stories. This focus on drama and dynamism was designed to attract the viewer's attention and stir a strong emotional response, reinforcing the authority of the Catholic Church in the face of Protestant challenges. In conclusion, Baroque art was defined by its commitment to drama, movement, and emotional engagement. Through techniques like chiaroscuro, dynamic compositions, and intense emotional expression, Baroque artists created works that were meant to captivate, inspire, and provoke. Whether in painting, sculpture, or architecture, Baroque art sought to transport the viewer into a world of heightened reality, one where religious devotion, political power, and human emotion collided in a powerful visual experience. Caravaggio and the use of chiaroscuro. Michelangelo Merisi de Caravaggio, one of the most influential artists of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, revolutionized the visual language of painting with his masterful use of chiaroscuro. Chiaroscuro, the technique of using strong contrasts between light and dark to create a sense of volume and depth, became a hallmark of Caravaggio's work. This technique not only transformed the aesthetic of painting, but also played a crucial role in the emotional intensity of his scenes, helping to engage viewers on a profound, visceral level. Caravaggio's approach to chiaroscuro was revolutionary because of how dramatically he employed the contrast between light and shadow. Whereas earlier artists had used chiaroscuro to achieve a softer, more subtle balance, Caravaggio took the technique to new extremes. He used intense, almost theatrical lighting that illuminated the main subjects while leaving the surrounding areas in deep shadow. This method created a sense of immediacy and drama, as if the viewer were witnessing the scene firsthand, rather than observing a mere representation of it. In works like The Calling of St. Matthew, 1599 to 1600, light literally becomes a character in the composition, directing the viewer's focus toward the central figures and enhancing the narrative tension of the moment. One of Caravaggio's key innovations was his use of chiaroscuro to enhance psychological and emotional depth. By placing figures in stark contrast with their surroundings, he was able to highlight the emotional states of the subjects, making their feelings more immediate and palpable. In Judith beheading Holofernes, 1598 to 1599, for example, the blood-splattered scene is intensified by the dramatic lighting that highlights Judith's grim determination and the terror of Holofernes. The stark light that falls on the figures of Judith and her maidservant contrasts with the dark, ominous background, drawing the viewer's attention to the raw emotions unfolding. In addition to enhancing emotional engagement, Caravaggio's use of chiaroscuro also contributed to the naturalism that became a defining feature of his style. By portraying figures in realistic, even sometimes gritty detail, Caravaggio made the sacred and mythological subjects of his paintings feel contemporary and human. His figures, often depicted with a startling lack of idealization, were placed in stark light to show their flaws and vulnerabilities. In The Supper at Emmaus, 1601, the figures of Christ and his disciples are illuminated in a way that emphasizes their expressions and reactions, making the miraculous moment feel immediate and tangible. Caravaggio's groundbreaking use of chiaroscuro had a lasting impact on the development of Baroque art. His dramatic lighting and intense realism influenced generations of artists, including Rembrandt, who further explored the possibilities of light and shadow in his own work. By using chiaroscuro not only as a technical tool but also as a means to amplify emotion, Caravaggio created a new kind of painting that would forever change the way artists conveyed narrative and human experience. Through his work, he invited the viewer into a world where light and shadow did not just create depth, but also communicated the inner lives of his subjects, leaving an indelible mark on the history of Western art. Baroque architecture, St. Peter's Basilica and Versailles. Baroque architecture, a style that flourished in the 17th and early 18th centuries, is characterized by its grandeur, dramatic use of space, and intricate detailing. Two of the most iconic examples of Baroque architecture, St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City and the Palace of Versailles in France, embody the grandeur and theatricality that define the style, reflecting both religious and political power through their monumental scale and elaborate design. St. Peter's Basilica, designed by some of the most renowned architects of the era, including Michelangelo, Carlo Maderno, and Gian Lorenzo Bernini, stands as one of the most important religious structures in the world and a symbol of the Catholic Church's power. The basilica's design incorporates elements of Renaissance and Baroque styles, but it is the Baroque additions that truly define its monumental presence. The dramatic dome, which Michelangelo designed, is the largest in the world and dominates the skyline of Vatican City. The expansive interior, with its lavish marble floors, soaring columns, and intricate mosaics, is designed to overwhelm the viewer, creating a sense of awe and reverence. Gian Lorenzo Bernini's grandiose colonnade in the piazza in front of the basilica symbolizes the church's embrace of the faithful, stretching its arms outward in a gesture of inclusion and protection. The church's architecture is not just a place of worship, but a visual manifestation of the Catholic Church's spiritual and political dominance during the Counter-Reformation. In France, the Palace of Versailles, initially a hunting lodge, was transformed by Louis XIV into a symbol of royal authority and the epitome of Baroque architecture. Designed primarily by architects Louis Laveau and Jules Hardouin-Mansart, Versailles exemplifies the lavishness and complexity of Baroque design. The palace's vast gardens, designed by André Lenotre, feature geometric patterns and elaborate waterworks that reflect the king's absolute control over both nature and society. The Hall of Mirrors, perhaps the most famous room in the palace, is a dazzling display of Baroque opulence. Its long corridor, lined with mirrors, chandeliers, and grand windows, reflects the sunlight and creates a sense of infinite space, reinforcing the idea of the king's power as boundless. Versailles was designed not only to be a royal residence, but also to serve as a stage for Louis XIV's court, reinforcing his divine right to rule and the grandeur of his monarchy. The palace's architecture and design were intended to awe visitors, establishing a clear visual hierarchy in which the king's authority is both central and absolute. Both St. Peter's Basilica and the Palace of Versailles exemplified the Baroque era's obsession with grandeur, movement, and emotional engagement. These architectural masterpieces reflect the religious and political ideals of their time, using monumental scale, elaborate decoration, and dramatic use of space to communicate the power of the church and the monarchy. Through their design, both structures convey the Baroque belief in the ability of architecture to evoke a deep emotional response, whether through the awe of the divine or the majesty of the king. Rococo, the art of aristocratic leisure. The Rococo period, which emerged in France during the early 18th century, is often seen as the artistic expression of the French aristocracy's pursuit of pleasure, elegance, and indulgence. Rococo art is characterized by its lightness, ornamental detail, and emphasis on beauty, playfulness, and intimacy. This style, which developed as a reaction against the grandiosity and seriousness of the Baroque, encapsulated the hedonistic lifestyle of the French court under Louis VIII and reflected the growing influence of the nobility in shaping cultural and artistic trends. Rococo artists like Jean-Antoine Watteau, François Boucher, and Jean-Honoré Fragonard painted scenes that captured the carefree and luxurious nature of aristocratic life. These works often depicted intimate, sensual encounters, amorous fantasies, and leisure activities set in lush, dreamlike landscapes or opulent interiors. Watteau's fête galante genre, for example, portrayed elegant outdoor gatherings of the French nobility, where the mood was lighthearted and filled with courtship and flirtation. His painting The Embarkation for Cythera, 1717, a quintessential example of Rococo, shows couples embarking on a mythical journey to the island of love, emphasizing the theme of romance in a dreamy, idealized setting. François Boucher, perhaps the most famous Rococo painter, embraced themes of mythology and sensuality, often depicting women as idealized, soft, and delicate figures surrounded by lush nature or luxurious interiors. In his painting, The Toilet of Venus, 1751, Boucher portrays the goddess Venus in a relaxed, intimate moment, surrounded by playful cherubs and opulent decoration. The delicate brushwork, soft pastel colors, and erotic undertones of the painting all exemplify the Rococo style's focus on beauty, sensuality, and the enjoyment of life's pleasures. Rococo art also extended beyond painting to include decorative arts, furniture, and architecture. The design of aristocratic salons and palaces reflected the same emphasis on elegance and frivolity. Interiors were filled with ornate furniture, gilded moldings, and soft flowing forms that evoked a sense of lightness and sophistication. The Salon de la Princesse at the Hôtel de Soubise in Paris, designed by architect Germain Beaufrand, is a prime example of Rococo interior design. Its graceful curves, delicate stucco work, and mirrors reflect the Rococo obsession with visual charm and refinement, creating an atmosphere of intimacy and pleasure. Despite its popularity among the French aristocracy, Rococo art was often criticized by Enlightenment thinkers, who saw it as excessive, self-indulgent, and disconnected from the realities of society. The rise of neoclassicism later in the 18th century, with its emphasis on simplicity and moral seriousness, marked the decline of Rococo. However, The legacy of Rococo's focus on beauty, pleasure, and indulgence continued to influence decorative arts and design well into the 19th century. In conclusion, Rococo was the art of aristocratic leisure, capturing the carefree, elegant lifestyle of the French nobility. Its lightness, sensuality, and emphasis on decorative beauty created an aesthetic that reflected the tastes of a society focused on pleasure and luxury. While its excesses eventually led to its decline, Rococo remains a vivid reflection of a bygone era of aristocratic indulgence and refined elegance. Theatricality and emotion in sculpture and painting. The Baroque period, spanning from the late 16th century into the 18th century, is often recognized for its emphasis on theatricality and emotion, especially in sculpture and painting. Artists during this time sought to engage the viewer's senses and emotions in ways that were unprecedented. Their goal was not only to depict scenes, but to evoke a visceral, emotional response through dramatic compositions, intense gestures, and dynamic compositions. The Baroque style encouraged movement, energy, and psychological intensity, resulting in art that seemed to come alive in the eyes of the viewer. In painting, one of the most effective ways that Baroque artists created theatricality was through the use of chiaroscuro, extreme contrasts of light and dark. This technique, perfected by Caravaggio, allowed artists to dramatize the figures in their compositions, casting shadows that intensified the mood and illuminated specific emotions. Caravaggio's Judith beheading Holofernes, 1598 to 1599, for example, uses stark lighting to heighten the tension and violence of the scene. The figures are illuminated with a strong light source, emphasizing their facial expressions and movements, which draws the viewer into the moment. The deep shadows surrounding the characters create a sense of isolation and danger, amplifying the emotional charge of the narrative. This use of light and shadow allowed Baroque painters to render the psychological states of their subjects with incredible depth and immediacy. In sculpture, the Baroque period pushed for a sense of movement and drama that was far more dynamic than the restrained, idealized forms of the Renaissance. Gian Lorenzo Bernini was the leading figure in Baroque sculpture, creating works that conveyed intense emotion through physical movement. His Ecstasy of Saint Teresa, 1647 to 1652, a masterpiece housed in the Cornaro Chapel in Rome, captures the moment of spiritual ecstasy experienced by Saint Teresa of Avila. Bernini's skillful manipulation of marble allows the saint's body to appear in motion, as if she is caught in a divine rapture. The surrounding architecture and sculptural details enhance the sense of theatricality, framing the figure within an atmosphere of light and shadow that further intensifies the emotional experience. Theatricality in Baroque art was also reflected in the compositions themselves. Both in painting and sculpture, there is a sense of dynamic movement, often achieved through swirling lines, twisting figures, and poses that suggest action. In paintings by artists like Peter Paul Rubens, we see figures that are caught in mid-motion, creating a visual tension that pulls the viewer's eye across the canvas. Rubens' The Raising of the Cross, 1610 to 1611, exemplifies this dynamic energy, where the figures of Christ and his supporters are arranged in complex diagonal compositions that suggest struggle and urgency, enhancing the emotional intensity of the scene. Overall, the Baroque focus on theatricality and emotion marked a departure from earlier artistic traditions that emphasized calm rationality and proportion. By prioritizing human emotion, physical movement, and dramatic lighting, Baroque artists created works that were designed not only to be seen, but to be felt. The viewer became an active participant in the experience, drawn into the emotional and psychological depths of the narrative. Through these techniques, Baroque sculpture and painting remain some of the most emotionally charged and visually captivating works in the history of Western art. Chapter 7: Neoclassicism and Romanticism. Neoclassicism and Romanticism were two of the most significant artistic movements of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, each offering a distinct approach to art and culture. Neoclassicism emerged in response to the extravagance of the Baroque and Rococo periods, seeking to revive the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome. In contrast, Romanticism arose as a reaction against the rationalism of the Enlightenment and the restraint of Neoclassicism, embracing emotion, individualism, and the sublime. Neoclassicism was characterized by a return to simplicity, clarity, and order. Artists like Jacques-Louis David and Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres emphasized line, symmetry, and restrained emotion in their works, which often depicted historical or mythological subjects. David's The Death of Socrates, 1787, for example, portrays the ancient Greek philosopher in his final moments with stoic calmness, emphasizing virtue and reason. The neoclassical emphasis on moral values, heroic deeds, and idealized human forms was partly inspired by the archaeological discoveries of ancient Roman and Greek ruins, which revived interest in classical antiquity. The movement also aligned with the political and social ideals of the French Revolution, with its emphasis on civic virtue and sacrifice for the common good. Neoclassical art was also deeply tied to the Age of Enlightenment, with its focus on reason and intellectual thought. Artists sought to emulate the clarity and proportion seen in classical art, using balanced compositions and clear, sharp lines. This style reflected the intellectual spirit of the time, which prized logic and order over emotion. The rise of neoclassicism coincided with a period of political upheaval in Europe, particularly in France, where it became an artistic language for revolutionaries. The ideal of noble simplicity and quiet grandeur in neoclassical art communicated the desire for a new order based on rationality and virtue. Romanticism, on the other hand, rejected the neoclassical focus on reason and order in favor of imagination, emotion, and the sublime. Romantic artists like Francisco Goya, Eugène Delacroix, and J.M.W. Turner were deeply concerned with expressing intense feelings and dramatic subjects. Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808, 1814, for example, powerfully conveys the horrors of war and the suffering of the innocent, while Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People, 1830, embodies the fiery passion and revolutionary spirit of the era. Romanticism also celebrated the beauty and power of nature, with artists like Turner capturing the majesty and unpredictability of the natural world. This movement placed emphasis on the individual's emotional experience and often depicted subjects that were dark, mysterious, or sublime. In contrast to neoclassicism's idealized forms, Romanticism embraced the raw and unrestrained aspects of human existence. It sought to depict the inner emotional world, often through dramatic and turbulent scenes. Romantic art was not concerned with the rational or the orderly, but rather with the expression of intense personal feeling and the exploration of the unknown. Romanticism, in its celebration of the individual, nature, and emotion, would lay the groundwork for later developments in art, including symbolism and expressionism. In conclusion, neoclassicism and romanticism represent two contrasting approaches to art in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Neoclassicism emphasized order, reason, and classical ideals, while romanticism embraced emotion, imagination, and the sublime. Both movements reflected the changing cultural, political, and intellectual currents of their time, and their influence would resonate in the art world for years to come. The return to classical simplicity and order. Neoclassicism, which emerged in the mid-18th century, was a movement that sought a return to the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome, emphasizing simplicity, order, and rationality. The period was a reaction against the ornate and emotionally charged styles of the Baroque and Rococo periods. Neoclassical artists, inspired by the archaeological discoveries of ancient Roman ruins, focused on the clarity and balance seen in classical art. They embraced clean lines, symmetry, and a sense of proportion, seeking to create works that exuded a sense of timeless beauty and moral virtue. The emphasis on simplicity and order in neoclassicism was deeply intertwined with the intellectual and political climate of the time. The Enlightenment, a period marked by a renewed emphasis on reason, science, and human rights, influenced many aspects of the era's art and culture. Neoclassical artists, in particular, saw the classical world as a model for moral and civic virtues. They believed that by revisiting the ideals of antiquity, they could promote the values of democracy, reason, and virtue in contemporary society. This return to classical principles can be seen in the works of artists like Jacques-Louis David, one of the leading figures of neoclassicism. His paintings, such as The Death of Socrates, 1787, are stark examples of the movement's values. In this painting, Socrates is depicted with serene dignity as he faces his death, demonstrating moral fortitude and intellectual clarity. The composition is balanced and orderly, with a focus on the clarity of the human form. The painting's emotional restraint and emphasis on intellectual heroism reflect the neoclassical ideal that art should teach moral lessons and inspire virtue. Neoclassicism's return to classical simplicity and order was also reflected in architecture. The style's clean lines, geometric shapes, and focus on symmetry echoed the grandeur of ancient Roman and Greek structures. Buildings like the Pantheon in Paris and Thomas Jefferson's design for the University of Virginia exemplify the neoclassical commitment to these ideals. The influence of ancient temples, with their porticos and columns, was a hallmark of the movement, conveying a sense of permanence and order. Neoclassicism, therefore, was not just an artistic style, but a reflection of the broader cultural shift toward rationality and order. By revisiting the classical past, artists sought to inspire a more reasoned, virtuous society, in which beauty was not only appreciated for its aesthetic value, but also for its moral and intellectual significance. The movement's focus on simplicity and order provided a stark contrast to the emotional excesses of the Baroque and Rococo, establishing a new artistic language that celebrated clarity, balance, and timeless beauty. Jacques-Louis David and the political power of art. Jacques-Louis David, one of the most prominent figures of neoclassicism, was not just a master of painting, but also a politically engaged artist whose works were deeply intertwined with the political climate of his time. His paintings reflect the dramatic changes of the French Revolution and the rise of Napoleon, showcasing how art could be used as a tool for political power and social influence. David's ability to merge his artistic skills with his political ideals made him an essential figure in shaping the visual culture of revolutionary France. David's approach to art was influenced by his commitment to neoclassical ideals, clarity, order, and moral virtue. However, unlike many of his contemporaries who viewed these qualities in purely aesthetic terms, David saw art as a vehicle for promoting social and political messages. His works were often designed to inspire civic virtues, loyalty to the state, and admiration for the heroes of the revolution. His most famous works, such as The Death of Socrates, 1787, The Oath of the Horatii, 1784, and Napoleon Crossing the Alps, 1801, reflect this blend of art and politics. In these paintings, David presented historical and mythological subjects as paragons of virtue, patriotism, and heroism, aligning them with the ideals of the French Revolution. One of David's most iconic works, The Oath of the Horatii, became a symbol of the revolutionary spirit. The painting depicts three Roman brothers swearing an oath to defend Rome to the death, sacrificing their personal lives for the good of the state. This powerful imagery conveyed the values of loyalty, duty, and patriotism, aligning perfectly with the ideals of the revolutionaries who were fighting to overthrow the monarchy. David's use of sharp lines, strong compositions, and stoic expressions in this painting helped elevate the event into a moment of moral and civic grandeur. David's role as an artist during the French Revolution was especially crucial. He became the official painter of the revolution, using his art to portray revolutionary leaders and events in heroic terms. His famous portrait of Napoleon crossing the Alps was intended to convey the grandeur and military success of Napoleon. transforming him into a heroic figure who embodied the triumph of the revolution. David's support of Napoleon eventually led to his appointment as the official painter of the emperor's court, further demonstrating how art could shape political power and influence public perception. David's works, through their emotional intensity and moral grandeur, exemplified the idea that art was not just an aesthetic pursuit, but a means of advancing political agendas. He used his skill as a painter to create iconic images that defined the visual culture of the Revolution and the Napoleonic era. His paintings were not only masterpieces of neoclassical art, but also potent political statements that helped shape the course of history, demonstrating the profound influence that art could have on the political landscape. Romanticism, emotion over reason. Romanticism, which emerged in the late 18th century, marked a dramatic shift from the rationalism and order of the Enlightenment to a focus on emotion, imagination, and the sublime. This cultural movement, which permeated art, literature, music, and philosophy, sought to prioritize individual expression and personal feeling over the logical, intellectual approaches that had dominated much of the previous century. In art, Romanticism rejected the calm restraint and classical ideals of neoclassicism, instead embracing the tumultuous, irrational, and passionate side of human experience. It sought to capture the emotional intensity and sublime beauty found in nature, human struggle, and the unknown. At the heart of Romanticism was the idea that human emotion, intuition, and the imagination were paramount. Romantic artists believed that reason alone could not explain the depth of human experience, and instead they turned to more subjective and emotional responses to the world. They celebrated the individual's internal world, exploring themes of personal freedom, heroism, and the power of the imagination. Where neoclassical artists focused on order, clarity, and universal truths, Romantic artists celebrated mystery, unpredictability, and the emotional extremes that make human life rich and complex. Romanticism's embrace of emotion over reason can be seen in the works of several prominent artists, including Francisco Goya, Eugène Delacroix, and J.M.W. Turner. Goya's The 3rd of May 1808, 1814 is a poignant example of the emotional force of Romanticism. The painting depicts the execution of Spanish rebels by French soldiers during the Peninsular War, and Goya's use of stark contrast, distorted figures, and the visceral expressions of fear and despair in the faces of the victims convey a powerful emotional response to the brutality of war. The chaos and terror depicted in the painting highlight the romantic belief that art should evoke intense emotions and challenge viewers to confront the darker aspects of human nature. In contrast to the rational clarity of neoclassicism, Romanticism favored dramatic lighting, swirling forms, and tumultuous compositions. In Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People, 1830, the allegorical figure of liberty leads a group of revolutionaries, her raised flag symbolizing the triumph of the people over tyranny. The painting is dynamic, with figures in action, and is filled with dramatic color contrasts and sweeping lines. This emotional intensity was meant to inspire viewers, and the image of liberty was often used as a symbol of freedom and revolutionary spirit. Romanticism also placed great emphasis on nature's power, portraying it as both beautiful and terrifying. J.M.W. Turner's paintings, such as The Fighting Temeraire, 1839, depict nature's overwhelming force and the sublime beauty of the natural world. Turner's dramatic use of light and color evokes a sense of awe and wonder, characteristic of Romanticism's fascination with the vastness and mystery of nature. In conclusion, Romanticism's shift from reason to emotion represented a radical departure from the intellectual ideals of the Enlightenment and Neoclassicism. By prioritizing personal expression, individual emotion, and the sublime, Romantic artists sought to connect with the viewer on a deeper, more visceral level. This celebration of emotion over reason not only transformed the visual arts, but also influenced literature, music, and philosophy, leaving a lasting legacy in the cultural history of the 19th century. Francisco Goya, from court painter to dark visions. Francisco Goya, one of Spain's most significant artists, is often regarded as the bridge between the Enlightenment and Romanticism. His evolution from a celebrated court painter to a creator of unsettling, dark visions marks a profound shift in both his personal life and artistic output. Goya's career spans the late 18th and early 19th centuries, a period marked by political upheaval, social unrest, and war. His work evolved from creating graceful portraits of the Spanish aristocracy to haunting depictions of human suffering and madness, reflecting the deep changes he witnessed in society and his own inner turmoil. Goya's early years as a painter were marked by his success as a court artist to the Spanish monarchy, where he created portraits of the royal family, nobility, and prominent figures of his time. His portraits, such as Charles IV of Spain and his family, 1800, demonstrate his skill in capturing the aristocracy with realism, though with a critical eye. Goya's portrayal of King Charles IV and his family, for example, subtly undermines the grandeur of the royal family by painting them in less than idealized terms, offering a sense of distance between the powerful figures and their subjects. These early works reveal Goya's technical mastery and his ability to expose the complexities of power and status, even in the context of official court portraiture. However, as Goya's career progressed, his personal and artistic vision began to shift dramatically. The horrors of war, particularly during the Peninsular War, 1808 to 1814, profoundly affected Goya and his work. His series of etchings titled Los Desastres de la Guerra, The Disasters of War, created between 1810 and 1820, offers a stark and unflinching look at the brutal realities of conflict. Through harrowing images of executions, torture, and suffering, Goya rejected the heroic ideals that often accompany depictions of war, instead confronting the viewer with the horrors and inhumanity that war engenders. Goya's personal decline, marked by illness and a growing disillusionment with society, further shaped his later works. His most famous series, The Black Paintings, 1819 to 1823, painted on the walls of his home, reflect the deep despair and psychological turmoil he experienced. Paintings like Saturn devouring his son and Witch's Sabbath are disturbing, grotesque visions that depict themes of madness, violence, and existential dread. These works are intensely emotional and raw, devoid of the clarity and order that characterized Goya's earlier works, instead embracing the chaotic and nightmarish qualities of human existence. Goya's shift from court painter to creator of dark, surreal visions reflects his growing disillusionment with both the political and social systems of his time, as well as his own personal struggles. His later works have a lasting impact on the art world, influencing the symbolist and expressionist movements. Goya's exploration of human suffering, madness, and the darker aspects of life solidified his place as one of the most innovative and forward-thinking artists of his era, bridging the gap between the Enlightenment and Romanticism while challenging traditional notions of art and society. The sublime in landscape painting. The concept of the sublime played a central role in landscape painting during the Romantic era, as artists sought to convey the overwhelming power and beauty of nature. The sublime, a term first explored by philosophers like Edmund Burke and Immanuel Kant, refers to experiences that evoke awe and terror, often in response to the vastness, unpredictability, or raw force of nature. Romantic landscape painters aim to capture these emotional reactions by depicting nature not merely as a beautiful or tranquil setting, but as a powerful and often terrifying force that could dwarf human beings and evoke feelings of insignificance. Landscape painting became a way for artists to explore the relationship between humanity and nature, emphasizing the emotional and spiritual impact that natural forces could have. Artists like J.M.W. Turner and Caspar David Friedrich were pioneers in this approach, creating works that often featured dramatic skies, turbulent seas, or towering mountains, all meant to inspire a sense of the sublime. These works weren't just about portraying nature in a realistic way. They aimed to evoke a deeper emotional response, highlighting nature's ability to inspire both wonder and fear. J.M.W. Turner, known for his innovative use of light and color, embraced the sublime in his landscapes. In paintings like Snowstorm, Hannibal and His Army Crossing the Alps, 1812, Turner depicted the chaos and violence of nature in vivid, almost abstract brushstrokes, emphasizing the sense of struggle and peril. His portrayal of the stormy, wild atmosphere captures the sublime's emotional force, how nature can be both beautiful and terrifying at once. Turner's mastery of light and his ability to create a sense of movement in his work made his landscapes not only visually striking, but emotionally intense. Similarly, Caspar David Friedrich's landscapes often featured figures contemplating vast, desolate landscapes, where the overwhelming forces of nature evoked a sense of spiritual reflection. In works like Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog, 1818, Friedrich shows a solitary figure standing on a rocky precipice, gazing out over a fog-shrouded landscape. The figure's smallness in comparison to the vast, misty expanse emphasizes the sublime's ability to make human concerns feel insignificant in the face of nature's immensity. Friedrich's landscapes, often imbued with a sense of melancholy, invite viewers to reflect on the transient nature of life and the unknowable forces beyond human control. The sublime in landscape painting was not merely about visual spectacle, but also about exploring profound philosophical ideas. Artists sought to depict nature's grandeur and power as a way to provoke deep emotional and existential contemplation. By focusing on the vastness and raw power of the natural world, Romantic landscape painters sought to convey the transcendental and spiritual aspects of the sublime, moments where nature's beauty and danger intersect, leaving viewers with a sense of awe, humility, and wonder. Chapter 8: Realism and Impressionism. The mid-19th century marked a significant shift in the world of art with the emergence of realism and impressionism, two movements that broke away from the idealized depictions of the past and focused on more direct, authentic portrayals of life. Both movements challenged traditional notions of beauty, subject matter, and technique, reflecting the changing social, political, and technological landscape of the time. Realism emerged as a response to the dramatic and often exaggerated romanticized art of the preceding decades. Artists associated with realism sought to depict life as it truly was, without embellishment or idealization. They turned their attention to the everyday lives of ordinary people, portraying working-class laborers, rural peasants, and urban scenes with unflinching honesty. Figures like Gustave Courbet and Jean-François Millet were pioneers of this movement, with works such as The Stone Breakers, 1849, and The Gleaners, 1857, presenting scenes of labor and hardship in a raw and unidealized manner. Realist artists rejected the classical traditions that celebrated the human form and elevated historical or mythological subjects in favor of depicting the real, unvarnished experiences of modern life. Realism also coincided with the rise of industrialization, urbanization, and the aftermath of revolutionary changes in Europe. The subjects of realist works often reflected the stark contrasts between wealth and poverty, as well as the human toll of social and economic change. Rather than focusing on grand historical events or idealized figures, realists emphasized the human condition in its most immediate form. This shift marked a revolutionary departure from the romanticized views of the past, as realists believed that art should serve as a truthful reflection of contemporary society. Impressionism, which emerged in the 1860s and 1870s, took this shift a step further, not just in subject matter, but in technique. Led by figures like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas, Impressionism focused on capturing the fleeting moments of daily life, with an emphasis on the effects of light and color. Rather than attempting to reproduce reality in fine detail, Impressionist artists aimed to convey the essence of a scene through loose brushstrokes and an emphasis on atmosphere. Monet's impression Sunrise, 1872, from which the movement takes its name, exemplified this approach, with its vibrant, rapidly applied strokes evoking the feeling of a sunrise rather than a detailed representation of it. Impressionism also broke with traditional studio painting, often moving outdoors to capture natural light and everyday scenes. Their subjects ranged from landscapes and city streets to people and leisure activities. In contrast to realism's focus on the hardships of life, Impressionism celebrated the beauty in the mundane, from a shimmering pond to the bustling activity of a cafe. These new techniques and the attention to light, color, and movement were revolutionary in their time, offering a fresh perspective on the world. Both realism and Impressionism marked the beginning of a radical shift in how artists approached their subjects and the world around them. They rejected the constraints of academic tradition and paved the way for future artistic experimentation. While realism captured the gritty truths of everyday life, Impressionism celebrated the beauty of the fleeting moment, together forging new paths in the history of art. The Industrial Revolution and its impact on art. The Industrial Revolution, which began in the late 18th century and continued into the 19th century, radically transformed not only the economic and social landscape, but also the world of art. As factories, new technologies, and urban centers grew, they brought about significant changes in how people lived, worked, and saw the world around them. These changes were reflected in the art produced during this period, which responded to both the opportunities and challenges brought about by industrialization. One of the primary impacts of the Industrial Revolution on art was the shift in subject matter. Traditional subjects, such as religious themes or historical events, were gradually replaced with depictions of modern life, reflecting the new realities of industrialized society. Artists began to focus on the effects of urbanization, mechanization, and the changing landscape. Cities became bustling centers of industry, and the labor force, which once worked the land, was now concentrated in factories. Artists like Gustave Courbet, Jean-François Millet, and later the Impressionists sought to capture the world of the working class, rural life, and the rapidly transforming urban environment. Works like Courbet's The Stone Breakers, 1849, and Millet's The Gleaners, 1857, reflected the harsh realities of labor and the exploitation of the working poor, drawing attention to the stark contrast between wealth and poverty. The Industrial Revolution also brought technological advancements that had a profound impact on art-making techniques. The invention of new pigments and the development of oil paints and tubes made it easier for artists to work outside the studio and capture real-world scenes. This led to the rise of plein air painting, a practice championed by the Impressionists. Artists like Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir embraced the opportunity to paint outdoors, creating spontaneous, vibrant scenes that reflected the changing world around them. These artists captured the effects of light, atmosphere, and movement, focusing on everyday scenes of leisure, nature, and urban life. The ability to work quickly and directly in nature allowed them to convey the fleeting moments and the dynamism of the modern world. Additionally, the advent of photography during the Industrial Revolution had a significant influence on art. The invention of the daguerreotype in the 1830s and the subsequent rise of photography provided artists with a new tool for capturing the world. Photography could now record images with incredible precision, and this prompted painters to reconsider their approach to representation. Many artists, particularly those in the realist and impressionist movements, began to explore new ways to convey their subjects, moving away from the highly detailed, idealized portrayals of earlier periods in favor of more immediate and emotional depictions. The Industrial Revolution also played a role in the rise of the middle class, which became an important patron of the arts. As industry generated wealth and a new class of entrepreneurs and professionals emerged, there was a growing demand for art that reflected their changing tastes and values. Portraiture, genre scenes, and depictions of modern life became popular among this new group, and artists responded by creating works that captured the tastes and aspirations of this expanding social class. In conclusion, the Industrial Revolution fundamentally reshaped both the subject matter and techniques of art. It brought forth a new awareness of the social and economic transformations of the period, as well as innovations in art making that allowed artists to respond more directly to the world around them. The legacy of this era is seen in the shift from traditional subjects to scenes of modern life, the embrace of new artistic techniques, and the changing role of art in society. The Industrial Revolution not only changed the world, but also helped to define a new era in the history of art. Gustave Courbet, the father of realism. Gustave Courbet, a pivotal figure in 19th century art, is often hailed as the father of the realist movement. Born in 1819 in France, Courbet's work challenged the academic norms of the time, which favored idealized depictions of historical, mythological, and religious subjects. Instead, Courbet turned his attention to the everyday life around him, focusing on ordinary people and the natural world and portraying them with unflinching honesty. His radical approach to art not only defined realism, but also set the stage for later movements like Impressionism. Courbet's commitment to depicting reality as it was, rather than how it was idealized in classical art, was revolutionary. He sought to show life without embellishment or romanticism, presenting both the beauty and the hardships of the human experience. His works often portrayed working-class people, rural scenes, and landscapes with an emphasis on the roughness and struggle of life. One of his most famous paintings, The Stonebreakers, 1849, exemplifies his realist style. In this work, Courbet depicts two laborers hunched over and breaking stones on a dusty road, an unglamorous and physically demanding task. The raw, gritty realism of the scene drew attention to the hard labor of the working class and rejected the glorified depictions of labor that had been typical in academic art. Another landmark piece, A Burial at Ornans, 1849-1850, is a large-scale depiction of a funeral in Courbet's hometown, showing an entire community in somber attendance. The painting's refusal to idealize its subjects, presenting the mourners as ordinary, even unremarkable people, shocked audiences. Rather than focusing on the grandeur of the event, Courbet emphasized the banality of death, highlighting the emotional weight of the scene through the use of color, composition, and directness. The work was controversial for its blunt portrayal of death and its lack of religious or heroic context, making a bold statement about the artist's belief in the importance of capturing everyday life without artifice. Courbet's style was marked by his bold brushwork, which helped to convey the physicality of his subjects. His thick, expressive strokes gave texture and weight to his figures and landscapes, further grounding them in reality. His commitment to depicting life as he saw it extended to his use of natural light, a characteristic that influenced later generations of artists. He was also one of the first to paint with an almost photographic precision, though his approach remained raw and powerful, avoiding the idealization of his subjects. Courbet's defiance of traditional academic standards had consequences, both in terms of his reception and his legacy. He was often criticized by critics, rejected by the establishment for his refusal to follow the conventions of history painting or portraiture. Despite this, he maintained his belief that art should reflect the true, unvarnished world. Courbet's impact on the art world was profound, paving the way for later artists who embraced realism and challenged established norms. His dedication to portraying reality laid the groundwork for future explorations of the human condition and the changing landscape of modern life. The Impressionist movement, light and color theory. The Impressionist movement, which emerged in France during the late 19th century, radically transformed the way artists approached painting. The movement's focus on light, color, and the fleeting nature of time set it apart from the more structured and formal academic styles that had dominated art for centuries. Pioneered by artists such as Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas, Impressionism sought to capture moments of everyday life with an emphasis on the natural effects of light and the transient qualities of the world around them. One of the central ideas of the movement was to explore light and color in ways that had never been done before, offering a fresh perspective on the visual experience. At the heart of Impressionism was the study of light and its effects on color. Traditional academic art had focused on carefully blending colors and creating realistic depictions of subjects. In contrast, Impressionists broke away from this approach, using loose brushstrokes and vibrant, unmixed colors to capture the essence of a scene. They understood that light changes throughout the day and that it influences the way colors are perceived. By painting outdoors, a practice known as plein air painting, artists could observe the subtle shifts in light and its impact on the environment in real time. For example, Claude Monet's Impression Sunrise, 1872, is a key example of how light and color work together to create an atmospheric effect. Monet's use of soft brushstrokes and complementary colors allows the viewer to experience the fleeting nature of dawn, capturing a moment in time rather than a detailed, static image. Impressionists were also influenced by the emerging theories of color and light that were developed by scientists in the 19th century. One of the most significant contributors to this understanding was the chemist Michel-Eugène Chevreul, whose work on color contrast and complementary hues had a profound effect on artists. Chevreul's color theory suggested that placing complementary colors next to each other would make each color appear more vibrant, a concept that Impressionists adopted with enthusiasm. Artists began to use pure, unmixed colors side by side on the canvas rather than blending them, allowing the viewer's eye to do the mixing and create a more dynamic and vibrant composition. Another key element of the Impressionist style was its emphasis on capturing the ephemeral quality of light and its interaction with the subject matter. Unlike the highly detailed and finished works of academic painting, Impressionists embraced the idea of capturing a scene as it was seen in a brief moment. The rapid changes in light, weather, and atmosphere made these moments fleeting, and the Impressionists wanted to convey this sense of temporality in their works. The result was a sense of movement, change, and immediacy, seen in works such as Renoir's Ballet at the Opera, 1874, where the light dances across the figures, and the brushwork captures the lively energy of the scene. In summary, the Impressionist movement revolutionized art by focusing on the effects of light and color, drawing inspiration from scientific discoveries and challenging the conventions of the academic tradition. By emphasizing the ephemeral and dynamic nature of the world, Impressionist artists created a new way of seeing that captured the vibrancy and complexity of modern life, leaving a lasting impact on the development of Western art. Claude Monet and the birth of modern painting. Claude Monet, often regarded as the father of Impressionism, played a central role in the birth of modern painting. Born in Paris in 1840, Monet's revolutionary approach to art forever changed the way we perceive and depict the world. His focus on capturing light, color, and the fleeting moments of everyday life not only redefined the concept of painting, but also paved the way for future artistic movements. Monet's approach was grounded in his fascination with the effects of natural light on the environment. Unlike the artists of earlier periods who emphasized meticulous detail and realism, Monet sought to convey the essence of a scene rather than its exact likeness. He believed that light was the key to capturing the true atmosphere of a moment. His signature technique involved painting outdoors, en plein air, where he could observe the changing light and atmosphere firsthand. This was a departure from the traditional method of working in a studio, allowing Monet to create works that reflected the immediacy of his experiences in nature. Monet's groundbreaking series paintings, such as Water Lilies and Rouen Cathedral, exemplify his approach to capturing the transient qualities of light and color. By painting the same subject at different times of the day or in various weather conditions, Monet demonstrated how light could radically alter the perception of a scene. In his Water Lilies series, for example, Monet painted the flowers in his garden at Giverny under varying light conditions, exploring the interplay between reflections, color, and texture. The result was a series of works that seemed to capture not just the visual appearance of the scene, but its very atmosphere and mood. One of Monet's most iconic works, Impression, Sunrise, 1872, is considered the painting that gave the Impressionist movement its name. The painting depicts the harbor of Le Havre at dawn, with hazy light and a loose, almost abstract treatment of the water and sky. The brushstrokes are quick and energetic, and the scene is rendered with a sense of movement and change. Monet's focus on the atmospheric effects of light over precise detail in his Impression Sunrise exemplifies his belief that painting should reflect the artist's perception of the moment, rather than a static representation of reality. Through his innovations, Monet helped to move art away from rigid academic traditions, emphasizing individual perception and the capture of the ephemeral. His works highlighted the beauty found in ordinary scenes, transforming landscapes, gardens, and everyday life into subjects worthy of artistic exploration. Monet's dedication to portraying the fleeting nature of time and the changing effects of light contributed significantly to the development of modern art. His work not only laid the foundation for Impressionism, but also influenced later movements, such as abstract expressionism, showing that art could be more than a simple representation. It could be a reflection of experience and emotion. The influence of photography on art. The invention of photography in the 19th century had a profound impact on the world of art, challenging traditional notions of representation and transforming how artists approach their work. Photography, with its ability to capture moments with incredible accuracy and detail, presented a new way of seeing the world that could not be ignored. As photography became more accessible and refined, it posed a challenge to painting, which had long been the primary means of capturing reality. However, rather than replacing painting, photography spurred new artistic directions and influenced many artists to rethink their methods and approaches. At first, the advent of photography led to a sense of competition for painters. The camera, which could capture a scene with precision, raised questions about the role of artists who traditionally aimed to replicate the world in their works. For a time, painting was seen as an art of representation, and the ability of photography to create highly accurate depictions of subjects seemed to render traditional art obsolete. This new technology forced artists to reconsider what was unique about their craft, leading many to focus on aspects of painting that photography could not replicate, such as emotion, atmosphere, and interpretation. The rise of photography also helped to loosen the constraints of realism in painting. Artists like Edouard Manet, and later the Impressionists, for example, were inspired by the idea that a snapshot of a moment could capture the world in a more spontaneous, less idealized way. Instead of focusing solely on detailed accuracy, these artists sought to convey their personal impressions of a scene, focusing on light, color, and the passage of time. They experimented with brushwork and unconventional compositions, embracing the fluidity and immediacy that photography seemed to offer. Manet's Olympia, 1863, and Monet's Impression Sunrise, 1872, are examples of how artists took inspiration from the new visual language introduced by photography. Moreover, photography's ability to capture motion and moments in time also influenced artists in their approach to subjects. Early photographic techniques, such as those pioneered by Edward Muybridge in the 1870s, captured the movement of people and animals in a way that had previously been impossible. This concept of movement in art was adopted by artists such as Edgar Degas, who sought to portray the dynamism of ballet dancers, and by later movements like Futurism, which explored the depiction of motion and energy in the visual arts. While photography initially posed a threat to the dominance of painting, it ultimately led to the expansion of artistic possibilities. As artists began to experiment with new ways of seeing and depicting the world, they moved away from strict representation and toward abstraction, subjectivity, and experimentation. Photography thus played a pivotal role in the evolution of modern art, encouraging painters to explore new forms of expression and pushing them to break away from traditional techniques. The relationship between photography and painting became symbiotic. Photography altered the course of art, and in turn, artists incorporated photographic concepts into their work, forever changing the landscape of visual culture. Chapter 9: Post-Impressionism and Symbolism. Following the rise of Impressionism, a new generation of artists emerged in the late 19th century who sought to push the boundaries of artistic expression even further. This movement, known as Post-Impressionism, is characterized by a diverse range of styles and philosophies, but it shared a common interest in exploring the emotional, symbolic, and psychological dimensions of art. Artists like Paul Cézanne, Vincent van Gogh, and Georges Seurat rejected the fleeting, momentary qualities of Impressionism in favor of a more personal, introspective approach to art. At the same time, Symbolism, a parallel movement, emerged in the literary and visual arts, emphasizing subjectivity, myth, and imagination over literal representation. Post-Impressionists such as Paul Cézanne sought to move beyond the emphasis on color and light found in Impressionism by focusing on form, structure, and the geometry of nature. Cézanne's work is known for its fragmented approach to space and volume, breaking down objects into geometric shapes and emphasizing the underlying structure of the natural world. His revolutionary techniques laid the groundwork for the development of modern art, particularly Cubism, which would emerge in the early 20th century. Vincent van Gogh, one of the most iconic figures of post-impressionism, took a dramatically different approach. His use of vibrant, emotive color and bold brushwork aimed to convey the inner emotional state of the artist, rather than simply capturing the external appearance of the world. Van Gogh's works, such as Starry Night, 1889, and Sunflowers, 1888, are filled with swirling, dynamic brushstrokes that convey a sense of urgency and intensity. His deeply personal connection to his subjects, whether landscapes, still lifes, or portraits, enabled him to explore themes of isolation, spirituality, and mental turmoil. Georges Seurat, another key post-impressionist, took a scientific approach to color theory, developing the technique known as pointillism. Using small, distinct dots of color, Seurat built up his compositions in a way that allowed the viewer's eye to blend the colors together. His masterpiece, A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Jatte, 1884 to 1886, demonstrates this technique, offering a sense of both order and harmony within a seemingly chaotic world. Seurat's work, while rooted in color theory, was also concerned with the social dynamics of the time, reflecting a new way of thinking about art's relationship to society. Simultaneously, the symbolist movement in art, which originated in literature and poetry, began to influence visual artists. Symbolism rejected the materialism and industrialism of the age, instead focusing on the mystical, the emotional, and the imaginative. Artists such as Odilon Redon and Gustave Moreau used rich, dreamlike imagery to evoke themes of myth, spirituality, and the unconscious. Symbolist art often sought to depict the unseen world of emotion and imagination, offering an alternative to the rationalism of the time. Both post-impressionism and symbolism were pivotal in shaping the trajectory of modern art. The former pushed artistic techniques to new heights, while the latter emphasized the importance of personal expression and the exploration of inner worlds. Together, these movements laid the groundwork for the radical developments in art that would unfold in the 20th century, from the abstraction of the early modernists to the surreal explorations of the subconscious. Van Gogh, Gauguin, and the use of color. Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin, two of the most influential artists of the post-impressionist movement, revolutionized the use of color in ways that reflected their emotional and psychological states, marking a dramatic departure from the more restrained color palettes of earlier traditions. Both artists used color not merely as a tool for representation, but as a medium for conveying deep emotional resonance and subjective experience, which would go on to shape the course of modern art. Vincent van Gogh's approach to color was rooted in his belief that color could express emotion and communicate more profound truths about the world than traditional realism. His use of bold, contrasting colors was often symbolic, reflecting his inner turmoil and desire to evoke emotional responses from viewers. In his famous Starry Night, 1889, Van Gogh uses swirling blues and yellows to capture not just a night sky, but the turbulent emotions he was experiencing during his time at the St. Paul de Moselle Asylum. The thick, expressive brushstrokes and intense color choices convey a sense of movement and energy, suggesting the powerful forces of nature and the artist's inner conflict. Van Gogh's color choices often reflected his emotional and spiritual states, creating compositions that were raw, personal, and deeply intimate. Paul Gauguin, a close associate of Van Gogh, approached color with a similarly symbolic and emotional focus, though his style was more experimental and rooted in a desire to convey the exotic and spiritual. Gauguin's works often employed vivid, non-naturalistic color palettes, deliberately choosing bold, saturated colors to evoke a sense of mood, symbolism, or narrative rather than to accurately represent the world around him. This is especially evident in his famous painting, Vision After the Sermon, 1888, where he uses a dramatic red background to separate the spiritual vision of Jacob, wrestling with the angel, from the earthly world of the parishioners. Gauguin's colors serve to elevate the subject matter beyond the physical, turning it into a symbolic or transcendent experience. The relationship between Van Gogh and Gauguin, particularly during their time together in the south of France at the Yellow House in Arles, became a pivotal moment in their exploration of color. While Van Gogh's color usage was often intense and vibrant, driven by emotional expression, Gauguin's approach was more restrained in comparison, but equally powerful in its symbolic intent. The contrast between their approaches created an atmosphere of artistic tension, with Van Gogh's feverish brushwork and emotional intensity counterbalanced by Gauguin's more deliberate, sometimes more serene compositions. Their contrasting uses of color during their brief collaboration served to deepen their individual artistic philosophies. Ultimately, both Van Gogh and Gauguin used color to move beyond the mere reproduction of reality. Their radical approaches contributed to the development of Expressionism and later modern art, where color became a vehicle for personal expression, emotional depth, and psychological exploration. By embracing color in such an unorthodox manner, both artists helped to transform the visual language of art and open new avenues for emotional and symbolic exploration. Pointillism and Georges Seurat's optical experiments. Georges Seurat, a pioneering figure of the post-impressionist movement, is best known for developing the technique of pointillism, a method of painting that revolutionized the way color and light were understood in art. Seurat's optical experiments with color theory and his precise, scientific approach to painting made him a key figure in the transition from Impressionism to modern art. His meticulous and systematic technique emphasized the effects of light and color, marking a departure from the expressive brushwork and spontaneous nature of the Impressionists. Pointillism, also known as divisionism, involved applying small, distinct dots or strokes of pure color to the canvas, rather than blending colors on a palette before applying them. Seurat believed that by placing complementary colors next to each other in separate dots, the viewer's eye would naturally blend the colors together at a distance, creating a more vibrant and luminous effect. This technique was based on the principles of optical color mixing, which Seurat learned from the studies of color theory and scientific research into the ways the human eye perceives color. He was particularly influenced by the work of chemists and scientists like Michel Eugène Chevreul, who explored the way colors interact when placed side by side. One of Seurat's most famous works, A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of Le Grand Jatte, 1884 to 1886, exemplifies his pointillist technique. The painting, which depicts a leisurely day in a Parisian park, is composed of thousands of tiny dots of color, each strategically placed to create a harmonious whole. The vibrant colors of the scene, such as the shimmering green grass, the blue of the water, and the varying hues of clothing, appear to blend together as the viewer steps back from the canvas, creating a luminous effect that seems to pulse with light. This optical blending technique allows Seurat to capture the changing light and atmosphere of the scene, while still maintaining a sense of order and structure. Seurat's approach was not only about color, but also about the scientific exploration of how the eye perceives visual information. He was deeply interested in the way contrasts in color, light, and shadow could influence the perception of form and depth. His precise, calculated brushwork and careful attention to the mechanics of vision set him apart from other artists of his time, whose focus was often on the immediacy and fluidity of the moment. While pointillism required immense patience and technical skill, Seurat's work was more than just a technical exercise. It was a means of expressing the harmony and rhythm of life. His methodical approach to color and light gave his paintings a sense of unity and balance, reflecting his belief that art should be both intellectually rigorous and emotionally resonant. Seurat's experiments with optical effects and color theory were instrumental in the development of modern art, influencing movements such as Cubism and abstract expressionism, where color and form would continue to evolve in new and exciting directions. Paul Cézanne, the bridge to modern art. Paul Cézanne is often regarded as the bridge between 19th century Impressionism and the more abstract forms of modern art that would emerge in the 20th century. His unique approach to painting, with an emphasis on structure, form, and the breakdown of perspective, paved the way for revolutionary developments in art, influencing major movements such as Cubism and abstract expressionism. Though he was initially criticized by critics for his unconventional methods, Cézanne's work eventually came to be recognized as a foundational force in the evolution of modern art. Cézanne's early career was deeply rooted in Impressionism, and like many of his contemporaries, he was interested in capturing light, color, and the fleeting qualities of the natural world. However, unlike the Impressionists, who often painted outdoors and focused on the immediate, changing effects of light, Cézanne was more interested in the underlying structure of objects and the way they fit together in space. His most famous works, such as Mont Sainte-Victoire, 1904 to 1906, and The Basket of Apples, 1895, demonstrate his unique approach to form. Cézanne's use of geometric shapes, such as spheres, cylinders, and cones, was a radical departure from the traditional methods of perspective that had dominated Western art for centuries. Rather than striving for an illusion of depth and space, Cézanne used color and brushstroke to create a sense of volume and three-dimensionality. In his landscapes and still lifes, he would build up layers of paint in blocks or patches, often leaving his brushstrokes visible to evoke the solidity of the objects he depicted. This technique created a sense of weight and presence, giving the viewer a tangible connection to the scene. His brushwork was deliberately uneven, creating a sense of dynamism and energy within the composition. Cézanne also often rearranged the elements of his scenes, showing multiple viewpoints simultaneously, thus breaking away from traditional single-point perspective. Cézanne's exploration of perspective and form was not just an academic exercise, but a method of expression. His work captured the artist's perception of the world, revealing the tension between the two-dimensional surface of the canvas and the three-dimensional nature of the objects being depicted. This tension would become a key element of later modernist movements, such as Cubism, which sought to portray multiple perspectives at once. By the time of his death in 1906, Cézanne had become a highly influential figure in the art world. His innovative techniques and approach to form inspired countless artists, including Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, who would go on to develop Cubism. Cézanne's ability to break down the visual world into its essential geometric shapes and his focus on color as a structural element would help shape the future of art, leading to a greater exploration of abstraction and the way in which artists interpret and represent reality. In this way, Cézanne's legacy continues to resonate in modern art, where the boundaries between representation and abstraction remain fluid. The Symbolist movement and dreamlike imagery. The Symbolist movement, which emerged in the late 19th century, was a reaction against the rationalism and materialism of the Industrial Revolution, as well as a critique of the growing dominance of realism in art. Instead of focusing on the physical world, symbolists sought to represent the inner world of dreams, emotions, and imagination. They embraced a more mystical and poetic approach to art, often turning to mythological, spiritual, and dreamlike imagery to convey abstract ideas, personal experiences, and universal truths. The symbolists were deeply influenced by the ideas of philosophers and poets such as Charles Baudelaire and Stéphane Mallarmé, who explored the complexities of human consciousness and the subconscious. Symbolist artists believed that art should transcend the material world and evoke a deeper, more spiritual truth. They turned away from realism's emphasis on precise representation, instead using symbolism, metaphor, and abstract forms to express emotions, moods, and ideas that were not immediately visible or tangible. One of the key features of symbolist art is its use of dreamlike imagery, surreal, fantastical scenes that often seem to exist in a world beyond ordinary perception. This otherworldly quality was intended to transport the viewer into a realm of inner experiences, allowing them to connect with the artist's emotional and psychological states. The use of mysterious symbols, mythological figures, and exotic settings was common in symbolist painting, providing rich layers of meaning that invited interpretation and introspection. One of the most prominent figures in the symbolist movement was Gustave Moreau, whose works often featured mythological subjects and haunting, dreamlike visions. In paintings like The Apparition, 1876, Moreau combined fantastical imagery with vivid colors and intricate detail to create a sense of otherworldly mystery. His work is imbued with a sense of the supernatural, blending elements of reality with a sense of mystery that invites the viewer to look beyond the surface and into a deeper, more symbolic truth. Another key symbolist artist was Odilon Redon, whose ethereal works often portrayed dreamlike figures, such as mysterious floating faces or surreal creatures set in soft, hazy atmospheres. Redon's use of color and light enhanced the sense of unreality in his paintings, adding to their symbolic and emotional depth. His works, such as The Eye, Like a Strange Balloon, Mounts to the World of Dreams, 1892, demonstrate the symbolist interest in the subconscious and the mysterious forces that shape human experience. The dreamlike quality of symbolist art also reflected a growing fascination with the unconscious mind, which would later play a pivotal role in the development of surrealism in the 20th century. The symbolists' exploration of dreams, symbols, and the irrational laid the foundation for future artistic movements that sought to break free from the constraints of reality and explore the complexities of the inner world. Through their use of symbolic, otherworldly imagery, the symbolists gave rise to a new way of seeing the world, one that emphasized personal expression, emotional depth, and the mystical dimensions of human experience. Their art continues to captivate viewers with its layers of meaning, inviting them to explore the unseen and the imagined, and to engage with the mysteries of the human psyche. Art Nouveau and decorative arts. Art Nouveau was an international artistic movement that flourished between the late 19th and early 20th centuries, particularly from 1890 to 1910. It sought to break away from the historical styles that dominated European art and architecture, emphasizing organic forms, flowing lines, and a synthesis of art with everyday life. Art Nouveau was not confined to just painting or sculpture. It was a comprehensive design style that permeated architecture, furniture, glasswork, jewelry, and even typography, aiming to integrate the fine arts with the applied arts in a harmonious and unified aesthetic. One of the defining characteristics of Art Nouveau was its focus on natural forms, especially plants, flowers, and the human body. Artists and designers of the movement were heavily inspired by the flowing, curving lines found in nature. These forms were often stylized and exaggerated, creating a sense of movement and fluidity. The use of sinuous, undulating lines, known as whiplash curves, became a hallmark of Art Nouveau design, appearing in everything from the ironwork of buildings to the intricate patterns on wallpaper and ceramics. This organic style was meant to evoke a sense of grace and beauty, blurring the lines between nature and artifice. In architecture, Art Nouveau rejected the rigid, geometric lines of the Victorian era and instead embraced more decorative and fluid forms. Buildings featured intricate iron and glass work, ornate facades, and asymmetrical designs that gave them a sense of dynamism and individuality. One of the most famous architects associated with Art Nouveau is Antoni Gaudí, whose work in Barcelona, such as the Casa Batlló, 1904 to 1906, exemplifies the movement's imaginative and organic style. Gaudí's buildings are renowned for their colorful mosaics, undulating lines, and forms that mimic natural elements, such as the shapes of trees or sea creatures. The movement also found expression in the decorative arts, where it was applied to everyday objects to transform them into works of art. Artists such as René Lalique and Émile Gallé used glass to create intricate vases, lamps, and jewelry that incorporated organic motifs like flowers, insects, and leaves. Their works combine fine craftsmanship with a decorative appeal, elevating functional items to the realm of art. Similarly, furniture designers such as Hector Guimard created pieces with flowing, asymmetrical shapes, often incorporating floral and natural designs into the woodwork. In painting and graphic arts, Art Nouveau artists like Alphonse Mucha brought the movement's distinctive aesthetic to posters and illustrations. Mucha's works, which often featured beautiful women surrounded by ornate floral designs, became iconic representations of the Art Nouveau style. His highly decorative, almost ethereal compositions played with the use of color, line, and pattern, creating visually striking works that blurred the line between fine art and commercial design. While Art Nouveau was a short-lived movement, it had a lasting impact on the development of modern design. Its emphasis on unity, beauty, and the integration of art into daily life inspired subsequent movements like Art Deco, which carried forward many of the principles of Art Nouveau while adapting them to a more streamlined, industrial aesthetic. Art Nouveau's legacy continues to influence contemporary design, with its emphasis on nature, craftsmanship, and the decorative arts still resonating in architecture, fashion, and product design today. Chapter 10: The Birth of Modernism. The birth of modernism in the late 19th and early 20th centuries marked a dramatic shift in the way artists, writers, and thinkers engaged with the world around them. As industrialization, urbanization, and scientific advancements transformed society, traditional forms of art that had long been grounded in representational techniques, religious themes, and classical ideals began to feel out of step with the rapidly changing world. Modernism emerged as a response to this cultural upheaval, characterized by a rejection of historical conventions and a desire to explore new forms of expression, often with an emphasis on abstraction, experimentation, and individual perception. At its core, modernism sought to break away from the rigid rules of academic art that had dominated Europe for centuries. Artists began to challenge the notion that art should be a mere reflection of reality, and instead, they sought to express the inner workings of the human mind, the complexities of modern life, and the emotional truths that could not be captured by traditional realism. In painting, this led to movements such as Impressionism, where artists like Claude Monet focused on the fleeting effects of light and color, rather than attempting to create an accurate, detailed representation of the world. This departure from realism paved the way for further abstraction in the works of artists like Wassily Kandinsky, Piet Mondrian, and Kazimir Malevich, who moved away from any representation of the natural world in favor of pure shapes, colors, and lines. The influence of modernism extended beyond painting. In architecture, the movement's embrace of new technologies and materials, such as steel and glass, gave rise to sleek, functional buildings that prioritized form and function over ornate decoration. Architects like Le Corbusier and Frank Lloyd Wright revolutionized the built environment, designing structures that reflected the new ideals of simplicity, openness, and integration with the natural world. Literature also experienced a modernist overhaul, with writers like James Joyce, Virginia Woolf, and T.S. Eliot experimenting with narrative structure, stream of consciousness writing, and fragmented plots to capture the complexities of modern existence. In philosophy, thinkers like Friedrich Nietzsche and Sigmund Freud challenged traditional notions of morality, reason, and the nature of the unconscious mind, prompting artists to explore deeper psychological and existential themes in their work. Modernism was also profoundly influenced by the turmoil of the early 20th century, including the horrors of World War I, which shattered the illusion of progress and security that had prevailed in the pre-war period. The war's devastation, along with social and political upheaval, led artists to question the values of Western civilization, and many turned to abstraction and the avant-garde as a way of confronting the disillusionment and alienation of the modern age. In music, composers like Igor Stravinsky and Arnold Schoenberg broke with traditional tonality and structure, paving the way for more experimental and dissonant forms of composition. Meanwhile, in sculpture, artists like Constantine Brancusi and Alberto Giacometti embraced abstraction, focusing on the essence of form and the emotional impact of their works. The birth of modernism represented a fundamental rethinking of what art could be and how it could engage with the world. It challenged conventions, disrupted established forms, and sought to capture the complexities, uncertainties, and emotional intensity of the modern experience. This radical transformation set the stage for many of the movements and developments in art, literature, and culture that would follow throughout the 20th century, laying the groundwork for the diverse and often fragmented landscape of contemporary art. The Fauvist explosion of color and expression. The Fauvist movement, which emerged in the early 20th century, was one of the most groundbreaking and short-lived movements in modern art. It marked a dramatic departure from traditional European artistic conventions, particularly in its bold use of color and its expressive, emotional approach to painting. The term Fauvism, derived from the French word fauves, meaning wild beasts, was coined by the critic Louis Vaucel in 1905, after seeing an exhibition in Paris featuring a group of young artists who were experimenting with vivid, non-naturalistic colors and brushwork that seemed to break all the rules of classical painting. The Fauvists rejected the somber, muted palette of the Impressionists and the subdued tones of academic art, instead embracing bright, unnatural colors that were applied in an energetic and sometimes jarring manner. These artists used color not to represent the world as it appeared, but to convey emotion and to express their personal perceptions of their subjects. The color choices were often exaggerated, with trees painted in bold oranges and reds, skies in vivid blues, and figures in vibrant greens or purples. The goal was not to recreate reality, but to evoke a response from the viewer through the intense emotional impact of color. At the forefront of the Fauvist movement was Henri Matisse, whose use of color and innovative compositions became a defining feature of the style. In his painting Woman with a Hat, 1905, Matisse painted his wife, Amélie, with a variety of bright, unrealistic colors that shocked the art world. The figure's face is rendered in different hues of green, pink, and purple, creating a striking contrast to the naturalistic depictions of human form seen in traditional portraiture. Matisse's work, along with that of other key Fauvists like André Derain and Maurice de Vlaminck, emphasized spontaneity and the primacy of color as a tool for expressing the artist's inner emotional world. Fauvism was also characterized by its loose and expressive brushwork, which was often seen as a rejection of the meticulous, detailed techniques of the previous generations. The brushstrokes in Fauvist paintings were often bold and unrefined, adding to the sense of immediacy and raw emotion that permeated their work. This sense of freedom and individual expression was one of the key elements of the movement, as the Fauvists sought to break away from the constraints of academic art and create something more personal, vibrant, and dynamic. While Fauvism was short-lived, lasting only a few years, it had a lasting influence on the development of modern art. It paved the way for later movements like Expressionism and abstract art, in which color and form would be used in increasingly non-representational ways. The movement's emphasis on individual perception and the emotional potential of color influenced artists throughout the 20th century, from the abstract works of Wassily Kandinsky to the color-driven canvases of artists like Mark Rothko. In a broader cultural context, Fauvism was part of a larger trend in early 20th century art that sought to challenge traditional artistic boundaries and explore new forms of expression. The explosion of color and the focus on personal expression in Fauvism marked a key moment in the journey toward modernism, one that would continue to unfold as artists sought to break away from conventions and explore the deeper psychological and emotional dimensions of human experience. Cubism: Picasso, Braque, and the deconstruction of form. Cubism, one of the most influential movements in the history of modern art, revolutionized the way artists approached representation and perception. Developed by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque in the early 20th century, Cubism radically challenged the traditional notions of perspective and form. The movement, which emerged around 1907 and continued throughout the 1910s, was characterized by the fragmentation and abstraction of objects into geometric shapes, creating a visual language that was entirely different from the naturalistic depictions of the past. At its core, Cubism was about rethinking how the viewer experiences and understands the world. Picasso and Braque sought to break away from the single viewpoint that had dominated Western art since the Renaissance. Instead of depicting a subject from one angle, they showed multiple perspectives simultaneously, creating a sense of depth and movement in two-dimensional works. This method of representing different viewpoints on a single canvas resulted in a fragmented and abstracted form, where objects were deconstructed into simple geometric shapes, such as cubes, spheres, and cones, hence the name Cubism. Picasso's iconic painting, Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, is often considered the starting point of Cubism. In this work, Picasso abandoned the traditional concept of perspective and instead presented 5 female figures in a fragmented, disjointed manner. The figures' faces are reduced to sharp, angular planes, and their bodies are broken up into jagged, geometric forms. This painting, with its bold, raw depiction of the female form, marked a dramatic departure from the smooth, idealized figures of classical art and opened the door for Cubism's subsequent exploration of abstraction. Georges Braque, who was Picasso's close collaborator in the development of Cubism, contributed to the movement's emphasis on abstraction and the flattening of space. One of Braque's most important innovations was the introduction of collage into painting. By incorporating materials like newspaper clippings, wallpaper, and other everyday objects into his works, Braque blurred the boundary between painting and sculpture, challenging traditional ideas of representation. His works, such as Violin and Candlestick, 1910, exemplify Cubism's focus on deconstructing forms and reconstructing them in ways that force the viewer to reconsider the act of seeing. The Cubist movement was initially divided into 2 main phases: Analytic Cubism, 1908 to 1912, and Synthetic Cubism, 1912 onwards. During the analytic phase, artists like Picasso and Braque focused on breaking down objects into their basic shapes and analyzing them from different viewpoints. The colors used in these works were muted, with an emphasis on browns, grays, and earth tones to focus attention on the structure of the composition rather than its color. In the later synthetic phase, the focus shifted to the use of bright colors, simpler shapes, and the introduction of collage techniques. This phase emphasized the creation of new forms through the combination of different materials and textures. Cubism had a profound impact on the trajectory of modern art, influencing movements such as Futurism, Dada, and Constructivism, and laying the groundwork for abstract art in the 20th century. Its emphasis on fragmentation, multiple perspectives, and the abstraction of form challenged not only the way art was made, but also how it was perceived. Through Cubism, Picasso and Braque opened new avenues for artistic expression, creating a lasting legacy that would shape the development of art for decades to come. Futurism and the art of speed and technology. Futurism, an avant-garde movement that began in Italy around 1909, sought to capture the dynamic energy of the modern world, emphasizing the excitement of progress, speed, and technology. Rejecting the past and traditional artistic conventions, Futurists celebrated the vibrancy of industrialization, the rapid advancements in science and technology, and the changing nature of society. The movement was founded by the poet Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, whose Futurist manifesto called for the destruction of old forms of art, literature, and culture in favor of a new, bold aesthetic that embraced the future. In painting, Futism was characterized by its radical departure from static representation, favoring motion and energy over realism. Artists sought to convey the sensation of movement and the constant flux of modern life through innovative techniques. They often depicted objects in motion, breaking them into multiple perspectives to suggest speed and transformation. One of the most iconic artists associated with Futism was Umberto Boccioni, whose works like Unique Forms of Continuity in Space, 1913, exemplify the Futist fascination with movement and the human form. In this sculpture, Boccioni captures the figure in a dynamic, fluid pose that suggests not only physical motion, but also the forces of energy and technology propelling it forward. Futurism also introduced the concept of simultaneity in art, which was influenced by the technological innovations of the time, such as photography and cinema. Artists like Giacomo Balla and Gino Severini employed fragmented and overlapping forms to convey the passage of time and the experience of multiple moments occurring simultaneously. Balla's Dynamism of a Dog on a Leash, 1912, is a prime example of this approach, with the dog's movement captured in a series of overlapping shapes and lines, suggesting not just one moment, but a continuous stream of motion. The Futurists were deeply fascinated by technology, particularly machines, trains, cars, and airplanes, all of which symbolized the power and potential of the modern age. In their art, these subjects were often depicted in an exaggerated, almost heroic manner, reflecting the movement's belief that technology was a force for positive change. This enthusiasm for technology was not just about representing modern machinery, it was also about infusing these forms with the energy and dynamism of the modern world. However, Futism was not without controversy. While the movement was deeply invested in progress and innovation, its embrace of speed and technology often included a glorification of war, which Marinetti saw as a cleansing force that could propel humanity into a new era. This aggressive, militaristic stance was one of the factors that led to Futism's eventual decline, particularly after World War I, when the devastating consequences of war became more apparent. Despite its relatively short lifespan, Futism had a significant impact on modern art and was a precursor to later movements such as Dada and Surrealism. The Futurists' radical approach to form and their celebration of motion and technology influenced a wide range of artists, from painters to sculptors and even architects. The movement also laid the groundwork for the later development of abstract art, particularly in its use of dynamic forms, fragmented imagery, and a focus on depicting the forces of modernity. Through their innovative techniques and forward-thinking philosophy, the Futurists left an indelible mark on the trajectory of 20th century art. Dadaism and the anti-art movement. Dadaism, often referred to as the anti-art movement, emerged during the chaos of World War I as a radical response to the horrors of war and the disillusionment with conventional society. It originated in Zurich, Switzerland, around 1916, when a group of artists, poets, and intellectuals, including Hugo Ball, Tristan Tzara, and Marcel Duchamp, gathered at the Cabaret Voltaire. Dadaism rejected the established norms of art, culture, and society, aiming to dismantle traditional notions of beauty, logic, and reason, which the Dadaists believed had contributed to the destructive forces of the war. The Dadaists sought to subvert the status quo by embracing chaos, absurdity, and irrationality. They believed that art should not be confined to any fixed meaning or structured form, and instead, it should challenge the very definition of art itself. This approach often manifested in works that were deliberately nonsensical, whimsical, and non-subjective. The movement's rejection of logic extended into the realm of materials and methods as well, with artists experimenting with collage, photomontage, ready-mades, and performance art. Dada's primary goal was to break free from the constraints of tradition and create art that was spontaneous, unpredictable, and disruptive. One of the most iconic figures of Dadaism was Marcel Duchamp, whose work Fountain, 1917, is one of the most famous examples of anti-art. In this piece, Duchamp submitted a porcelain urinal signed with a pseudonym, R. Mutt, to an art exhibition, challenging the very concept of what could be considered art. The work was not about the object itself, but about the idea of questioning established norms and definitions of artistic value. Duchamp's ready-mades, ordinary, mass-produced objects elevated to the status of art simply by being selected by the artist, became a defining feature of Dadaism and had a profound influence on later movements such as conceptual art and pop art. Dadaism was not confined to visual arts alone. It also had a significant impact on literature, music, and theater. Dada poets such as Tzara performed spontaneous, nonsensical poetry readings that rejected traditional poetic forms and syntax. In music, composers like Erik Satie incorporated dissonance and unconventional sounds into their work, while in theater, Dada performances often involved absurdist scripts and chaotic staging. The movement's radical embrace of randomness and disorder was a direct reaction to the cultural and political turmoil of the time, expressing a profound sense of anger, frustration, and alienation. Despite its relatively brief existence, Dadaism had a lasting impact on the development of modern art. It directly influenced later movements, such as Surrealism, Fluxus, and Abstract Expressionism, and its ideas about the relationship between art and society continue to resonate in contemporary art practices. While Dadaism itself faded after the war, its legacy of questioning authority and breaking boundaries lives on, reminding us that art is not just about aesthetics, but about challenging the systems and ideas that shape our world. Surrealism, Dreams, the Unconscious, and Salvador Dali. Surrealism, which emerged in the 1920s, was a cultural movement that sought to explore the depths of the human unconscious and express the irrational, dreamlike realms of the mind. Drawing inspiration from the theories of Sigmund Freud, particularly his ideas about dream analysis and the unconscious, Surrealist artists aimed to depict the inner workings of the mind, often embracing absurdity, contradiction, and unexpected juxtapositions in their work. At its core, Surrealism was not just an artistic movement, but also a philosophical quest to liberate the imagination from the constraints of rational thought and societal norms. One of the defining features of Surrealist art was its focus on dreams and the unconscious. Artists sought to tap into the realm of the subconscious, where logic and reason gave way to the bizarre, the irrational, and the fantastical. Through techniques like automatism, which involved creating art without conscious control, Surrealists aimed to bypass the rational mind and give direct expression to the unconscious. This approach often resulted in striking, illogical imagery and disorienting compositions that sought to evoke the strangeness of the dream world. The movement's most famous and controversial figure, Salvador Dali, became synonymous with surrealism due to his highly imaginative and often unsettling works. Dali's art was deeply influenced by Freudian ideas about the subconscious, and he often depicted bizarre, dreamlike scenes filled with distorted figures, melting clocks, and strange landscapes. One of his most iconic works, The Persistence of Memory, 1931, features soft, melting clocks draped over tree branches and furniture in a desolate, otherworldly landscape. The painting's unsettling imagery reflects Dali's fascination with time, memory, and the fluidity of reality, themes that would recur throughout his career. Dali's meticulous technique, which was rooted in the classical traditions of Renaissance art, contrasted with the dreamlike subject matter he portrayed. This combination of technical mastery and surreal content created a sense of tension and strangeness in his work, as viewers were confronted with hyper-realistic depictions of impossible dreamlike scenes. Dali's ability to create visual representations of the unconscious mind helped cement his place as one of the most important figures in surrealism. Surrealism also had a profound impact on other art forms, including literature, film, and photography. Writers like André Breton, who is considered the father of surrealism, and poets like Paul Éluard used language to explore the irrational and the subconscious, often incorporating automatic writing and free association to create their works. In cinema, directors like Luis Buñuel and Jean Cocteau created films that blurred the line between reality and dreams, using surreal imagery to explore psychological and emotional themes. Although surrealism began to decline in influence after World War II, its impact on art and culture continues to be felt today. Its exploration of the unconscious mind, its embrace of the irrational, and its challenge to traditional artistic norms paved the way for later movements such as abstract expressionism, pop art, and even elements of contemporary art. Through his imaginative works, Salvador Dali remains one of the most iconic figures of the movement, and his surreal landscapes continue to captivate audiences with their exploration of the mysteries of the mind. Chapter 11, 20th Century Art Movements. The 20th century was a period of intense innovation and experimentation in the world of art, marked by a dramatic departure from traditional forms and an embrace of new ideas, styles, and techniques. As modernity took root in every aspect of life, artists responded by pushing boundaries, challenging conventions, and exploring new ways to express the rapidly changing world around them. The century saw the rise of numerous movements that reflected the complex social, political, and technological shifts of the time. One of the most influential movements to emerge at the beginning of the century was Fauvism, which emphasized bold color and expressive brushwork. Led by Henri Matisse, the Fauve rejected the naturalistic use of color in favor of vibrant, often unnatural hues that conveyed emotion and mood. Fauvism was followed by the groundbreaking development of Cubism, spearheaded by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. In Cubism, artists deconstructed objects into fragmented shapes and multiple perspectives, abandoning traditional notions of representation and paving the way for abstract art. The Dada movement, born out of the trauma of World War I, rejected rationality and embraced the absurd, creating art that was intentionally nonsensical and anti-establishment. Figures like Marcel Duchamp and Hugo Ball challenged the very definition of art, utilizing everyday objects and creating works that questioned artistic and societal norms. This radical departure from tradition influenced the subsequent Surrealist movement, which explored the subconscious mind and dreams through irrational and fantastical imagery. Artists like Salvador Dali and René Magritte sought to represent the unseen world of the unconscious, often blending dreamlike scenes with precise realism. As the century progressed, new movements continued to emerge, reflecting the diversity of ideas in the rapidly modernizing world. Abstract Expressionism, which developed in the United States after World War II, rejected figuration altogether, focusing instead on spontaneous, abstract forms to convey the artist's emotional experience. Key figures such as Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko created works that were meant to evoke visceral, emotional responses. In contrast, pop art, led by artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein, embraced mass media, consumer culture, and popular imagery, often blending commercial and fine art in a playful critique of modern life. The minimalist movement followed in the 1960s, rejecting the emotional intensity of abstract expressionism in favor of simplicity and geometric forms. Artists like Donald Judd and Frank Stella created works that were often devoid of personal expression and focused on the materials themselves. Meanwhile, conceptual art emerged as a challenge to the commercialization of art, prioritizing the idea behind the work over its physical form. Artists such as Sol LeWitt and Joseph Kosuth emphasized that art could be purely intellectual and could exist in any medium, from language to installation. The 20th century also saw the rise of new media, including photography, video art, and digital art, which expanded the possibilities of artistic expression. As the century drew to a close, artists were increasingly focused on issues such as identity, globalization, and the intersection of technology and art. The 20th century's art movements laid the foundation for contemporary art practices and continue to influence artists today. Through their exploration of new materials, ideas, and forms, these movements reflected the changing landscape of the modern world and redefined the very notion of what art could be. Abstract Expressionism and the New York art scene. Abstract Expressionism emerged in the 1940s and 1950s as a groundbreaking art movement that redefined the boundaries of painting. Centered in New York City, this movement became the first truly American avant-garde art form to gain international recognition, marking a dramatic shift in the global art scene. Prior to abstract expressionism, European movements like Surrealism and Cubism dominated the art world. However, with the rise of abstract expressionism, the focus shifted from Europe to New York, making the city the new epicenter of contemporary art. At its core, abstract expressionism was about expressing emotion and the artist's inner experience through non-representational forms. The movement rejected traditional artistic methods of composition, perspective, and figuration, embracing spontaneity, abstraction, and personal expression. It was less concerned with creating recognizable subjects and more focused on conveying the artist's feelings, struggles, and energy. This gave rise to a highly individualistic approach, where each artist's work became an intense personal statement. The movement had two main tendencies: action painting and color field painting. Action painting, exemplified by artists like Jackson Pollock, emphasized the physical act of painting itself. Pollock's famous drip paintings, where he splattered and dripped paint onto large canvases, became symbolic of the artist's raw emotional intensity and personal engagement with the material. His work was dynamic, chaotic, and often large-scale, making it an embodiment of movement and energy. Color field painting, associated with artists like Mark Rothko and Barnett Newman, focused more on large swathes of color and the emotional impact they could convey. Rothko's soft-edged rectangles of color, for instance, invited viewers to engage in quiet contemplation and experience a meditative response to the work. The abstract expressionists were deeply influenced by European modernism, but they also responded to the political and cultural climate of post-World War II America. The trauma and alienation following the war, coupled with the existential questions of the era, shaped the intense, often anguished expressions found in their work. The movement was also seen as a form of artistic rebellion against conventionality, offering a stark contrast to the more restrained art forms that preceded it. As abstract expressionism grew in popularity, it attracted attention from the art world's elite, including influential critics like Clement Greenberg, who championed the movement. New York City became the hub for these revolutionary artists, with galleries and museums like the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, playing a pivotal role in promoting their works. Abstract Expressionism eventually evolved into a wide-reaching influence, shaping a diverse range of subsequent movements and setting the stage for the global contemporary art world we know today. Pop art, Warhol, Lichtenstein, and consumer culture. Pop art emerged in the 1950s as a response to the consumer-driven society of post-World War II America. It was a movement that sought to blur the boundaries between high art and popular culture, using imagery and techniques drawn from advertising, comic books, and everyday life. Pop art reflected the growing influence of mass production, media, and consumerism, and it marked a dramatic departure from the abstract and emotional focus of earlier movements like abstract expressionism. At its heart, pop art was a celebration of the mundane and the commercial, elevating everyday objects and celebrities to the status of fine art. One of the most iconic figures of pop art was Andy Warhol, whose work became synonymous with the movement. Warhol's use of mass production techniques, such as silkscreen printing, allowed him to create art that mirrored the repetitive, mechanical processes of consumer culture. His famous series of Campbell's soup cans and portraits of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe turned consumer products and popular icons into art, challenging traditional notions of originality and authorship. Warhol's belief that art could be mass-produced and commodified reflected the capitalist culture of the time, where even art could be produced and consumed like any other product. Another key figure in pop art was Roy Lichtenstein, whose works were heavily inspired by comic book imagery. Lichtenstein took the visual language of comics, bold lines, bright colors, and ben-day dots, and recontextualized it within the framework of fine art. His paintings, such as Wham and Drowning Girl, elevated the lowbrow medium of comic strips to the status of high art, playing with ideas of reproduction, mechanical processes, and mass entertainment. Lichtenstein's work also reflected the rise of visual culture, where images and symbols were increasingly disseminated through the mass media. Pop art was not only a reflection of the times, but also a critique of the commercialization and commodification of culture. By appropriating popular imagery, artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein questioned the value of art in a consumer society. The movement challenged the elitism of the art world by bringing art into the realm of mass consumption and making it accessible to a wider audience. It also played with the notion of celebrity and fame, suggesting that the line between art, commerce, and popular culture was increasingly blurred. Pop art's influence extended beyond painting to include sculpture, advertising, and even fashion. It became a dominant force in the art world during the 1960s and continues to have a lasting impact on contemporary art and culture. By incorporating elements of mass production and consumerism into their work, pop art artists confronted the rapid changes in society, highlighting the ways in which art, culture, and commerce intersect in modern life. Minimalism and conceptual art. Minimalism and conceptual art emerged in the 1960s as movements that challenged traditional notions of art making and aesthetics. Both movements were reactions against the emotional intensity and subjectivity of abstract expressionism and the commercialism of pop art, seeking to strip art down to its bare essentials and focus more on ideas than on visual representation. While minimalism focused on reducing art to its simplest form, conceptual art prioritized the idea or concept behind the artwork over its physical manifestation. Minimalism emerged as a reaction to the complexity and gestural qualities of abstract expressionism, emphasizing simplicity, geometric forms, and the use of industrial materials. Artists like Donald Judd, Frank Stella, and Dan Flevin sought to create works that were free from emotional expression and subjective interpretation. Minimalist art often consisted of simple shapes, such as squares, rectangles, and lines, and was made from materials like steel, concrete, and plexiglass. The focus was on the object itself rather than its symbolism or meaning. By reducing art to its most fundamental elements, Minimalist artists aimed to create works that were objective, impersonal, and free from traditional art-making conventions. The minimalist approach was also seen in the architecture and design world, where the same principles of simplicity and functionality were applied. The movement had a significant impact on how art was perceived, as it moved away from emotional engagement to a more intellectual and formal analysis of the work. The minimalist art object often emphasized its materiality, with the artist's role being more about the arrangement of space and objects than about personal expression. In contrast, conceptual art focused on the idea behind the work rather than its visual form. Artists such as Sol LeWitt, Joseph Kosuth, and Lawrence Weiner began to explore the concept that art did not have to exist as a physical object at all. Instead, the concept could be the artwork itself. Conceptual art sought to challenge the very definition of art and question its role in society. Artists used a variety of media, text, photography, video, and even performance to convey ideas and provoke thought. For example, Joseph Kosuth's 1 and 3 Chairs, 1965, used a physical chair, a photograph of the chair, and a dictionary definition of the word chair to challenge the viewer's understanding of what constituted the real chair and to explore the relationship between objects, language, and perception. The emphasis in conceptual art was on intellectual engagement and the communication of ideas, often with an anti-aesthetic stance that rejected traditional beauty or craftsmanship in favor of critical thought and questioning. Both minimalism and conceptual art had a profound impact on the trajectory of contemporary art. They paved the way for a more diverse range of artistic practices, such as performance art, video art, and installation art, which further blurred the lines between art and non-art. These movements highlighted the importance of the idea behind the work rather than its appearance, challenging viewers to engage with art in a more intellectual and analytical way. Postmodernism, blurring boundaries in art. Postmodernism, which emerged in the mid-20th century, was a direct response to the ideals and formalities of modernism. While modernism focused on progress, innovation, and universal truths, postmodernism rejected the notion that art should adhere to a single, unified theory or style. It embraced a more eclectic, fragmented approach to creativity, questioning traditional definitions of art, culture, and reality. Postmodern art blurs the boundaries between high and low culture, originality and appropriation, and even between different artistic disciplines, encouraging a playful, ironic, and sometimes subversive attitude towards established norms. One of the key features of postmodernism is its rejection of the notion of a single objective truth. Instead, it embraces multiple perspectives and interpretations. Postmodern artists often use irony, parody, and pastiche, borrowing from history, popular culture, and even from other art movements. They would recontextualize familiar images, icons, and styles, creating new meanings and questioning the authenticity of the original sources. For example, artists like Jeff Koons and Richard Prince took mass-produced objects or images and transformed them into high art, challenging the boundaries between art and commerce. In addition to borrowing and appropriating existing imagery, postmodern art often incorporates elements of collage, photography, and installation art. Works are often fragmented, decentralized, and nonlinear, rejecting the clean, ordered composition seen in modernist art. Barbara Kruger and Jenny Holzer use text in their works to comment on consumerism, power structures, and gender politics, often presenting slogans that critique societal norms. These works were designed to provoke thought and engage with the viewer's perceptions of reality. Postmodernism is also characterized by an emphasis on pluralism, the idea that no single artistic movement or style holds more validity than another. As a result, there was an embrace of various styles in media, from hyperrealism to abstract expressionism, often in the same body of work. This created a more inclusive art world where multiple perspectives, voices, and practices could coexist. David Sall and Julian Schnabel are examples of artists whose works combine figurative and abstract elements, creating complex, layered images that defy traditional categories. In architecture, postmodernism reacted against the minimalist functional design principles of modernism, favoring ornamentation, historical references, and playful forms. Architects like Michael Graves and Philip Johnson incorporated bright colors, eclectic shapes, and classical references into their buildings, breaking away from the austere, clean lines of the previous era. Ultimately, postmodernism sought to dismantle the idea of art as a singular, authoritative expression of meaning. By challenging conventions and embracing diversity in both form and content, postmodern artists expanded the possibilities of what art could be, inviting the viewer to question their assumptions about culture, identity, and society. The digital revolution and new media art. The digital revolution, which began in the late 20th century, radically transformed the way art is created, experienced, and consumed. As technology evolved, artists embraced new media, using digital tools, computers, and the internet to create innovative works that defied traditional artistic practices. This shift has led to the emergence of a wide range of new art forms, including digital installations, video art, interactive media, and virtual reality experiences. New media art challenges conventional boundaries, blending technology with creativity to explore new forms of expression and communication. One of the most significant changes brought about by the digital revolution is the shift in how art is produced. Artists now have access to a wide array of digital tools, software for graphic design, 3D modeling, and video editing that allow for the manipulation and creation of images, sounds, and videos in ways that were once unimaginable. Works like Raphael Lozano Hemmer's interactive installations and Namjoon Paik's video art demonstrate how technology can become an integral part of the artwork itself, not just a medium for creation. These artists use sensors, projections, and digital interfaces to create interactive experiences that involve the viewer in the artwork, breaking down the traditional passive role of the audience and making them active participants in the art-making process. The internet has also played a crucial role in the rise of new media art. With the advent of online platforms and social media, artists can now share their work instantly with a global audience. This has led to the proliferation of internet-based art forms, such as web art, net art, and online performance art. Artists like Jody.org and Ryoji Ikeda use the internet to explore the intersection of technology, culture, and identity, creating works that respond to the digital environment and challenge the very notion of what constitutes art in a digital age. The internet also allows for collaborative and participatory art, where viewers can contribute to the artwork in real time, making the process more fluid and democratic. New media art also reflects the impact of digital culture on contemporary life, from the way we interact with technology to how we perceive reality. Virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality AR are emerging tools for artists to create immersive environments that transport viewers into alternate realities. These technologies allow for a more direct engagement with art, as users can experience and manipulate the work in real time. VR and AR also raise questions about the nature of perception and the boundaries between the physical and virtual worlds. As the digital revolution continues to evolve, the boundaries of what art can be are constantly shifting. New media art encourages experimentation and innovation, pushing the limits of traditional media and expanding the definition of art itself. By incorporating digital technologies into the artistic process, artists can address contemporary issues such as the role of technology in society, the changing nature of identity, and the impact of globalization on culture. The digital age has opened up new possibilities for artistic expression, making art more accessible, interactive, and responsive to the world around us. Chapter 12, Contemporary Art and Global Perspectives. Contemporary art represents a dynamic and diverse field that encompasses a wide range of artistic practices, styles, and mediums. Emerging in the second half of the 20th century, it reflects the complex, interconnected world we live in today, responding to and engaging with global issues such as politics, identity, technology, and environmental concerns. As artists break away from the constraints of tradition, the scope of contemporary art continues to evolve, embracing new forms of expression that transcend national boundaries and cultural distinctions. In the age of globalization, art has become increasingly transnational, reflecting the diverse perspectives and experiences that shape the modern world. One of the key characteristics of contemporary art is its pluralism. There is no single dominant style or medium that defines the current art scene. Instead, artists experiment with an array of techniques, from painting and sculpture to video, performance, installation, and digital media. This diversity allows for a broader exploration of ideas, making contemporary art a rich and multifaceted field. For example, artists like Yayoi Kusama and Damien Hirst are known for their immersive, large-scale installations, while Banksy uses street art to communicate political messages and challenge social norms. These varied approaches reflect the multiplicity of voices in the art world today, as well as the impact of global issues on artistic production. Globalization has played a significant role in shaping contemporary art, as artists from around the world have gained access to international platforms and markets. The rise of global art fairs, biennials, and museums has created new opportunities for artists to exhibit their work on a global stage. However, this international reach also raises questions about cultural appropriation, the commodification of art, and the power dynamics inherent in the global art market. Artists like Ai Weiwei and Zhang Huan use their work to comment on social and political issues in China, addressing themes such as censorship, human rights, and the role of the artist in society. By engaging with global topics, contemporary art becomes a means of cultural exchange, fostering dialogue and understanding between different regions and communities. Technology has also had a profound impact on contemporary art, providing new tools and mediums for artistic expression. The internet, digital platforms, and social media have transformed how artists communicate with their audiences, enabling real-time interaction and collaboration across geographical distances. Digital art, interactive installations, and virtual reality have opened up new possibilities for immersive experiences that challenge the boundaries of traditional art forms. These innovations have made art more accessible, allowing individuals from different backgrounds and locations to engage with the creative process in new ways. In the context of contemporary art, global perspectives are not just about embracing diversity, but also about addressing the complexities of the modern world. Issues such as climate change, migration, identity politics, and the role of technology in society are central themes that contemporary artists explore through their work. Art has become a powerful tool for social commentary and activism, reflecting the challenges and opportunities of living in a rapidly changing, interconnected world. In conclusion, contemporary art is a vibrant, ever-evolving field that transcends geographical and cultural boundaries. With its emphasis on experimentation, collaboration, and global engagement, it offers a platform for exploring the complexities of contemporary life and invites viewers to reflect on their place within the broader global context. As artists continue to push the boundaries of what art can be, contemporary art remains a vital means of dialogue, expression, and reflection in the 21st century. Street art and the rise of graffiti culture. Street art and graffiti culture have become some of the most significant forms of artistic expression in contemporary society. Emerging from the urban environment, these art forms challenge traditional notions of what art is, where it can be displayed, and who can create it. Street art, which includes graffiti, stencils, posters, and installations, is often created outside the boundaries of galleries and museums, bringing art directly to the public in public spaces like walls, alleys, and train stations. While graffiti has a long history dating back to ancient civilizations, the modern street art movement began in the 1960s and 1970s, particularly in New York City, and has since spread globally. Graffiti culture initially emerged as a form of rebellion and personal expression. In the early days, graffiti was often associated with tagging, where individuals would scrawl their names or pseudonyms on public surfaces to assert their presence and mark their territory. Over time, this practice evolved into more elaborate forms of visual communication. Writers, a term used for graffiti artists, began to experiment with color, letter forms, and imagery, creating intricate works that were often larger in scale and more visually compelling. This shift marked the beginning of graffiti as a form of art rather than just vandalism, as artists began to use urban spaces to express personal, political, or social messages. The 1980s saw the rise of Keith Haring and Jean-Michel Basquiat, who transitioned from street art to the mainstream art world. Their works helped legitimize street art as a recognized artistic practice and introduced it to galleries and museums. At the same time, artists like Banksy and Shepard Fairey brought street art into the public consciousness with works that blended political commentary, social activism, and humor. Banksy, in particular, has used stencils and subversive imagery to create powerful political statements that critique authority, war, consumerism, and inequality. His anonymity and the clandestine nature of his work have only amplified his message and his mystique, making him one of the most famous street artists in the world. Street art often reflects the socio-political climate in which it is created. It can be an outlet for marginalized voices, addressing issues such as poverty, racism, gentrification, and police brutality. In this sense, street art functions as a tool for social commentary, allowing artists to make statements that might not find a place in more traditional art venues. The democratic nature of street art, created for everyone to see, allows artists to reach a wide and diverse audience, creating dialogue around important cultural and political issues. The rise of graffiti culture has also led to debates about its place in the art world. While street art has been embraced by collectors and institutions, it remains controversial, particularly when it comes to the issue of public space. What some view as vandalism, others consider a legitimate form of artistic expression. The tension between these opposing views continues to shape the street art movement, with artists and audiences alike pushing for a reevaluation of what constitutes art, who has access to it, and where it belongs. In recent years, street art has expanded beyond walls and city streets, with artists using digital platforms, installations, and even gallery shows to further their reach. The rise of social media has also allowed street artists to build global followings, with works shared and appreciated by audiences around the world. The influence of street art can now be seen in fashion, advertising, and mainstream culture, where its bold colors, graphic designs, and political messages continue to resonate. Street art and graffiti culture, born out of rebellion and urban landscapes, have become central to the contemporary art world. With their ability to engage with issues of identity, power, and social justice, these art forms have proven to be vital in both the artistic and cultural landscape of the 21st century. Feminist and identity-based art. Feminist and identity-based art emerged in the late 20th century as a response to societal inequalities and the lack of representation of marginalized groups within the traditional art world. These movements brought attention to issues of gender, race, sexuality, and power, challenging the dominant narratives in art history that often excluded or misrepresented these communities. Feminist art, in particular, sought to deconstruct the patriarchal structures that have shaped both the art world and society at large, giving voice to women and queer individuals whose experiences were historically silenced or overlooked. The feminist art movement began in the 1960s and 1970s, gaining momentum alongside the broader feminist movement. Artists like Judy Chicago, Miriam Shapiro, and Hannah Wilk sought to challenge traditional gender roles and stereotypes, using art to confront issues such as reproductive rights, sexual autonomy, and domesticity. One of the most iconic works of feminist art, Judy Chicago's The Dinner Party, 1974 to 1979, is a large-scale installation that celebrates the achievements of women throughout history. Featuring a triangular table with place settings for 39 influential women, the piece is both a critique of the exclusion of women from the historical canon and a celebration of female empowerment. Chicago's work and others in the feminist art movement played a pivotal role in shifting the conversation around gender in art. At the same time, artists began to explore their identities more broadly, examining how race, ethnicity, and sexuality intersect with the experience of being an artist and an individual. Carmen L.P. Miranda, Kara Walker, and Zainle Moholy have used their work to address issues of racial identity, cultural heritage, and the complexities of living as a person of color in a predominantly white society. Kara Walker's iconic silhouettes, for example, powerfully confront the history of slavery and racism in America, using stark, evocative imagery to bring awareness to uncomfortable truths about race and power. The concept of intersectionality, the idea that individuals experience oppression in multiple ways based on their race, gender, sexuality, and other factors, became an important framework within feminist and identity-based art. Artists such as Lorna Simpson and Gloria Anzaldúa engaged with multiple aspects of their identities to challenge prevailing ideas about gender and race, often using art as a means to express lived experiences that defy simplification or categorization. Feminist and identity-based art also brought new perspectives to representation, particularly in the realm of the body. Artists used the human form as a canvas, presenting it in ways that deviated from conventional depictions, often highlighting the power dynamics inherent in portrayals of the female body. For instance, Barbara Kruger used text and photography to explore how media and culture shape our understanding of gender and identity, while Sophie Calle engaged with themes of surveillance and personal identity, questioning the boundaries between the public and private self. These movements not only reshaped the art world, but also influenced broader cultural conversations about gender, race, and power. Feminist and identity-based art has had a lasting impact on the representation of marginalized groups in the arts, shifting the narrative from exclusion to inclusion. Through the works of countless artists, the feminist and identity-based art movements have created space for diverse voices, highlighting the importance of personal and collective identity in artistic expression. The role of museums and galleries in the 21st century. In the 21st century, museums and galleries continue to evolve as vital cultural institutions, playing an essential role in shaping public engagement with art, history, and culture. These spaces, once seen primarily as repositories of historical artifacts and works of art, now serve as dynamic environments where art can be experienced, interpreted, and interacted with in new and innovative ways. In a world that is increasingly globalized, museums and galleries are also at the forefront of conversations about representation, diversity, and accessibility, striving to reflect the complexities of contemporary life and provide a platform for marginalized voices. One of the most significant shifts in the role of museums and galleries in recent years has been their increasing commitment to inclusivity and social relevance. Institutions are working to decolonize their collections, challenge historical narratives, and present art from a wide range of cultural perspectives. This shift is evident in the rise of exhibitions that focus on underrepresented artists, including women, artists of color, Indigenous artists, and LGBTQ+ creators. By expanding the scope of their collections and programming, museums and galleries are helping to democratize art, making it more reflective of the diverse societies in which we live. Another important role museums and galleries now play is as spaces for education and public engagement. These institutions are no longer just places for passive viewing. They are interactive environments that encourage visitors to participate, learn, and critically engage with the material presented. The integration of technology, from virtual reality experiences to interactive installations, has transformed how visitors experience art. Additionally, public programs, workshops, and community collaborations are designed to make art more accessible, allowing visitors to connect with artists and curators in meaningful ways. The digital revolution has also significantly impacted the way museums and galleries function. Online platforms and social media have expanded the reach of these institutions, allowing them to connect with global audiences and share their collections with people who may never have the opportunity to visit in person. Virtual tours, online exhibitions, and digital archives are becoming increasingly common, providing greater access to art and history, particularly in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced many institutions to pivot to online offerings. However, the growing reliance on digital tools has raised new questions about the role of physical spaces in the art world. While the digital realm offers convenience and accessibility, it cannot replace the unique experience of engaging with art in person. The tactile quality of art, the ability to see it up close and experience it within a particular space, remains an integral part of the museum and gallery experience. Additionally, museums and galleries are grappling with the challenge of ensuring financial sustainability while maintaining their cultural mission. In a time of economic uncertainty, these institutions must find innovative ways to fund their operations, whether through partnerships, sponsorships, or shifting models of membership and ticketing. As museums and galleries continue to adapt to the demands of the 21st century, they remain vital spaces for preserving culture, promoting dialogue, and inspiring future generations. In a world of rapid technological change and shifting cultural dynamics, these institutions are evolving to meet new challenges while continuing to foster a deep appreciation for the transformative power of art. Environmental and political art movements. In the 21st century, art has become an important tool for addressing urgent environmental and political issues, acting as a platform for activism and social change. Environmental and political art movements have increasingly sought to challenge and critique the ways in which humanity interacts with the planet, while also confronting social injustices and human rights violations. These movements have gained momentum in response to global crises such as climate change, political corruption, inequality, and the fight for human rights. Art has become a powerful means of raising awareness, mobilizing communities, and pushing for action. Environmental art, also known as eco-art or ecological art, emerged as a response to the growing environmental concerns of the late 20th century. Artists within this movement use their work to raise awareness about environmental degradation, sustainability, and the fragility of natural ecosystems. Works often address themes like climate change, deforestation, pollution, and the impact of industrialization on the environment. Prominent eco-artists such as Andy Goldsworthy, Olafur Eliasson, and Agnes Meyer-Brandes have used their art to create immersive and thought-provoking experiences that force viewers to reflect on humanity's relationship with nature. These artists might create large-scale outdoor installations or environmental interventions that highlight the beauty of nature or the destructive effects of human activities. By creating art that engages directly with the natural world, environmental artists aim to promote a deeper connection to the environment and advocate for its protection. Political art, on the other hand, has historically been a tool for critiquing power structures and advocating for social and political change. Artists involved in political art movements often seek to expose injustice, inequality, and oppression. Political artworks serve as a mirror to society, revealing societal flaws while challenging established norms and systems of power. In the modern context, political art often focuses on issues such as government surveillance, racial inequality, immigration, gender rights, and war. Banksy, a renowned street artist, is known for his politically charged graffiti works that comment on social inequality, capitalism, and global conflicts. Similarly, Ai Weiwei, a Chinese contemporary artist and activist, has used his art to protest against political corruption, human rights abuses, and censorship, often putting himself at personal risk in the process. These movements are not only concerned with creating visually powerful works, but also with fostering dialogue and engaging audiences in action. Many contemporary political and environmental artists use art as a way to inspire activism, bringing people together to advocate for change. Art spaces, such as galleries and museums, are often used as platforms for political protest and for providing a space where marginalized voices can be heard. Artists are increasingly using social media to amplify their messages, creating viral campaigns that have global reach. The intersection of environmental and political art is also evident in the way artists are addressing interconnected issues, such as climate justice, which combines concerns about environmental degradation with social and economic inequalities. By focusing on the ways in which political decisions and environmental policies impact marginalized communities, artists are drawing attention to the need for intersectional approaches to activism. Environmental and political art movements continue to evolve as the world faces increasingly complex challenges. As technology, social media, and global connectivity continue to shape the landscape, art remains a powerful means of creating change, challenging oppressive systems, and inspiring a more just and sustainable future. The future of art, AI, NFTs, and virtual reality. The landscape of contemporary art is undergoing rapid transformation, largely driven by technological advancements such as artificial intelligence, AI, non-fungible tokens, NFTs, and virtual reality, VR. These emerging technologies are reshaping not only how art is created, but also how it is experienced, distributed, and valued. As these innovations become more integrated into the art world, they raise important questions about the future of art, its accessibility, and its role in society. Artificial intelligence has already made significant inroads into the art world, with AI algorithms being used to generate paintings, sculptures, and even music. AI-created art challenges traditional ideas about creativity and authorship, as machines can now mimic human artistic processes or generate entirely new forms of expression. Programs like DALL-E and DeepArt use neural networks to create images based on text prompts, while AI-generated portraits have been sold at auction for substantial sums. Artists and technologists are also exploring how AI can collaborate with human artists, combining the strengths of both machine and human creativity to create new hybrid forms of art. While this raises questions about the authenticity and value of AI-generated works, it also opens up exciting possibilities for innovation and experimentation in the arts. Non-fungible tokens, NFTs, have further disrupted the art market by providing a new way to buy, sell, and authenticate digital art. NFTs are unique digital assets that represent ownership of a specific piece of digital content, such as a digital painting, music track, or video. These tokens are stored on a blockchain, which ensures the provenance and rarity of the artwork. For artists, NFTs offer the potential to monetize their work directly, bypassing traditional gallery systems and offering greater financial control. Some artists have made millions through the sale of NFTs, sparking debates about the environmental impact of blockchain technology, the speculative nature of the NFT market, and the broader implications for art as a commodity. While NFTs have been controversial, they undeniably represent a shift in how art is owned, shared, and valued in the digital age. Virtual reality is also making its mark on the future of art, offering immersive experiences that push the boundaries of traditional media. With VR, artists can create fully interactive environments where viewers can step inside the artwork, altering their experience based on their movements and choices. This shift from passive observation to active participation represents a profound change in how art can be experienced. VR also enables the creation of virtual galleries and exhibitions, allowing art to be shared with a global audience without the limitations of physical space. The potential for VR in art is vast, ranging from virtual museums to entirely new forms of artistic expression that blur the lines between the digital and physical worlds. These technological innovations are reshaping the art world, but they also raise questions about the future role of traditional art forms. Will physical paintings and sculptures continue to hold cultural and financial value, or will they be overshadowed by digital creations and immersive experiences? As AI, NFTs, and VR continue to evolve, the art world will likely see greater experimentation with new formats, collaborations between humans and machines, and challenges to established norms. While the future of art is uncertain, one thing is clear: technology is opening up new possibilities for artists and audiences alike, creating a more diverse, interactive, and globally connected art world. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The evolution of art throughout history has been a dynamic reflection of human society, culture, and technological advancements. From the earliest cave paintings to the cutting-edge digital art of the 21st century, art has continually adapted, transforming to express changing ideals, philosophies, and innovations. This journey through the world of art has revealed not only the profound emotional and intellectual power of creative expression, but also its ability to challenge, inspire, and reflect upon the world around us. The progression from prehistoric to contemporary art reflects the growth of humanity's understanding of the world, both external and internal. Early human art, such as the cave paintings and petroglyphs of prehistoric times, marked the beginning of a visual language that would evolve across millennia. As civilizations developed, so did their artistic traditions. The ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans laid the foundations for artistic forms that emphasized human achievement, divine symbolism, and natural beauty. Over time, artistic movements like the Renaissance and Baroque periods elevated artistic expression to new heights, blending realism, religious themes, and humanist ideals. The rise of modern art brought with it a radical departure from traditional techniques and perspectives, with movements like Impressionism, Cubism, and Dadaism disrupting the status quo and challenging the very nature of art itself. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw the advent of new materials, technologies, and conceptual approaches that opened up new ways of thinking about what art could be and who could create it. Today, digital technologies such as AI, NFTs, and virtual reality continue to push the boundaries of art, expanding the definition of creativity and offering artists and viewers new ways to interact with and experience art. At the heart of these developments is the idea that art is a reflection of the time in which it is created. Whether through the political and social themes of the 20th century, the environmental concerns of today, or the exploration of identity and personal expression, art continually engages with the most pressing issues of its time. It becomes a tool for dialogue, a catalyst for change, and a means of preserving and understanding the complexities of human history. As we look to the future, it is clear that art will continue to evolve in response to the ever-changing landscape of technology, society, and culture. The digital age has opened new possibilities for innovation, democratizing access to art and allowing for global collaboration and exchange. Yet, as much as the tools and methods of art making have evolved, the fundamental power of art remains unchanged: its ability to inspire, challenge, and connect us to the deepest aspects of the human experience. The future of art is boundless, with infinite possibilities for creation, interpretation, and transformation.